Hello! We can see you, yeah. How's it going? Today is, what is today? It is Saturday, June 8th of 2019. And I don't actually have any, well, I have a little bit of news from Wednesday till today. Only one kind of major thing happened, and that is that pre-commit got a new release. So I released, is it 1.17, the next feature release. Not too many features came out in this release. I mostly wanted to get this out because I had some bug fixes that were piling up, and figured why not? And version numbers are free after all, so let's do it. But the two main features here are improved output on Control-C and some brand new warnings on configurations that don't do anything. So happy to get those out. Pre-commit also hit 3,000 stars. Why does it not show on this page? On this page? Yes. Pre-commit finally hit 3,000 stars, which I'm super excited about, but the big fix that I want to get into this is this fix right here, because you could Control-C and then lose your diff, which was not great. But now it's properly handled. It's actually due to a bug in Python 3 point whenever they introduced timeout. I think it's getting fixed. I think it got fixed in 3.7 maybe. I don't know. But anyway, congrats. Yeah, thanks. Cool. So the plan for today is to build a little feature into add trailing comma. I know add trailing comma has the word add, and usually it's supposed to add trailing commas, but I think I can make it also normalize some commas in one case. This is what it does today. So it adds commas. It adds commas for star args if you're using Python 3.5 or newer and have this option. It adds commas on literals, so tuple list, dict set, etc. It'll also add them on function definitions and on function definitions with unpackings if you have Python 3.6 or newer. And it'll also do it for from imports and class definitions. And the big one is that it'll reformat these parentheses so that the calling construct looks the same. And it'll avoid these 15 space indents that everyone definitely loves. It adds commas. It adds commas to wherever it can. Yes, that's true. And in Python 3.6 mode, well, Python 3.5 mode, it does some more commas because that's when they were allowed, and then Python 3.6 mode, it does even more commas. But one thing that I wanted to do with this is I've been keeping track of a bunch of little linter-like things that I've wanted to implement. And I hadn't opened this page in quite a while, since 2018, I guess. Well, I guess that's the last write to the page. Maybe I've read it since then, but the particular one that I wanted to tackle today is when people put an extra comma and it's not a multi-line structure. Currently, I point this out in code review a lot, and that's kind of a waste of time. And I think it kind of fits with the theme of add trailing comma. So I think what I'm going to do is add this feature to add trailing comma. And I'm trying this out. This is suggested last stream to have a little window that shows what's going on. Does that fit on the screen? I can't even tell. Yeah, it looks like it fits on the screen. Hey, what's up, Juan? How's it going? But it removes a comma. Yeah, I know. That's why I thought this stream was going to be a little bit funny, because I'm working on adding a comma, or it usually adds commas, but we're working on removing a comma in this case. Yeah, so this is just the help of Vim, because I originally implemented this using nano. Oh shoot, I screwed it up. Okay, it's back. I had originally implemented it using nano, and nano has a little header at the top, and I wanted to get rid of that because then people would complain about it. And then I switched to Vim, and Vim has a footer at the bottom, so I had to figure out how to remove the footer. But now we have our little status window. One day I will be a professional streamer and make a overlay for this, but until then, we're just gonna do this. There's a plugin for that, better information panel and Twitch extensions. Yeah, I know, I should have spent some more time before the stream, but instead I went for a run. I also promised the EU people that I would try and write more code at the beginning, so let's jump into this. I have a swap file. Awesome. Go away, swap file. Okay, cool. Usually add trailing comma and sometimes remove comma. Yes. So, it's been a while since I've actually worked on this project, so I'm just gonna scroll through it and see how it works, because I've kind of forgotten. I think it works similarly to how PyUpgrade works, so it should be familiar, but I'll just install the usual tools that I use while debugging this. So AST pretty, so I can look at the AST, future breakpoints, so I can use the nice Python 3.7 breakpoints, and of course ourselves. We also probably want PyTest. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? How's your Saturday going? Well, assuming it's Saturday there. I know it's Saturday here. Why not use Python 3.7? Is this more typing? I don't know. I guess I could do that. That's a good point. Why don't I just use Python 3.7? I don't have any good reasons. Other than it's more typing, because this version... which virtual env? This virtual env... Oh, that doesn't help either. This happens to be Python 3.6, so it defaults to that. I guess I could switch that and just change my ~ops venv to be Python 3.7. I'd have to... It's so much work. Also, then I wouldn't be able to shield my software. How else would I be able to do that? Your stutter's going quite boring. Well, I don't know that I'm going to fix that for you, but I'll do my best. Okay, so we have our tests. And let's look at add trailing comma and see what's up with this. This looks this looks very familiar. I'm pretty sure this same exact line is in PyUpgrade. Non-coding token. Yes, frozen set, comment, escaped new line, NL, and unimportant whitespace. Okay, cool. Oh, that's one thing that's different. I wonder if I should also do this. Maybe for another time. Let me leave myself a note. Where's the button? Syntax. Can I show this? How do you make a syntax warning? What, assert with tuple? Does that make a warning? It does. Why didn't that produce a warning? Python warnings equals once. I don't know why this doesn't produce warnings. Okay, maybe I won't leave myself another thing. Haphazard t.py. Yes. Hired Hit says, do you work at Lyft? I do indeed work at Lyft. I work as a software engineer on the developer experience team, where I build tools and software that make developers productive. Okay, well, if that one didn't work, I know another... another thing that'll cause a syntax warning. Is it Python warning? What? I don't need which Python at the beginning. Okay, I have no idea why. That doesn't trigger a warning here, but I guess study error. Okay, there we go. Warnings when rewriting syntax. Enable help wanted because it's super easy. Enhancement, I guess. Sure. It would be nice to ignore these warnings just like PyUpgrade does. Grab that piece of code there. Cool. PyUpgrade. Use PyUpgrade and not truly comma. Do I work in Nashville or San Francisco? I work in San Francisco. I live in San Mateo, so I commute to the city, as people call it. What console on the Markdown? I always use Bash. Oh, so console. I'll show you the difference. So Bash is supposed to be for like a shell script syntax. I guess let's just compare the two and see where it does them differently. Yeah, so in console, if you have a bunch of commands, it'll highlight the command as black and all of its output as blue. So it's kind of easy to see like when a command is run. I don't remember how I found that in the first place, but I like searched through something that was... There was some like GitHub article that linked to a repository with code highlighting, and I don't know. There's also one that is super common that I see people not do, or people do incorrectly a lot, which is like Python. X plus 1 would be 2, X plus 3 would be 4, sure. If they do Python, they get kind of this weird highlighting, because this is being highlighted as an operator. But there's actually a PyCon, not to be confused with the conference, that highlights this as Python console. And depending on the Markdown highlighter, sometimes it'll bold this, but it'll syntax highlight this as well as the answers here. Just some minor Markdown improvements. Hey, what's up, Oliver? How's it going? Not yet working on talks, but I'll be working on it eventually. We just started using pre-commit for black forming at work. Great tool. Also, PyTest is amazing. Thanks for that too. Well, thank you. I'm happy to hear people using my tools. If you have any trouble with black or pre-commit, let me know. I'll try and help you out. Hey, what's up, Swills? Okay, yeah. So let me look at how this works. Usually I go from the bottom up. Typical argument parsing. We go through each file name and we fix that file. Fixed file will try and read it as bytes, then turn it into Unicode. If it's not UTF-8, we just skip it. It's kind of a little cheaty, but it works. If you're not using UTF-8, then I don't want to support you. Then we call fix source, which is probably where all of the thinking bits happen. This is similar to PyUpgrade, where it first does an AST parse to find where all the things are, and then uses tokenize RT to go over each of the tokens. It looks like in this case we're iterating forwards, which is different than how PyUpgrade works. PyUpgrade iterates backwards so that we can mutate. The changing list, if I remember right, is an iterator that allows you to mutate the underlying list as you're iterating. It's a little bit sneaky, but I guess it works. And then we're just parsing each of the different comma-able things. So calls, functions, classes, literals, imports, and just parenthesized things. Is there one for tuples? Where's the one for tuples? So I remember tuples are different. Yeah, we have dot tuples here. Why is that one not getting handled? Oh, it's handled done here. I see. I see. Or add comma, fix data. Oh, we collect all the fixes. Interesting. Okay. That That's good to know. So we'll handle that in a bit. Let's see. Cool. I was wondering if you had a similar idea about how to make envdir safer. Yeah. So I actually talked a little bit about this in Discord. Let me grab that real quick, so we can kind of see what I said here. I had an idea to make. Oh, this text is probably tiny. Oh, that didn't help. I had an idea to make envdir complain if it's going to delete something that doesn't look like a virtual env. Would hopefully eliminate your concerns. So the idea would be to basically look for the bin and libdirs in the directory that it's deleting, and if those don't exist, then don't delete it, because not a virtual env, and probably produce a message that's like, here's how you can RMRF, and go from there. I didn't know we had a Discord. Well, I have one for my stream, and Gabber shows up in there, so happy to chat in there as well if you want to join. I had the same idea, so it can't be that bad then. Yeah. Or we're both bad ideas. Quick question, if you don't mind. Do you have a recommendation on parsing version info in requirements.txt? Yes, real quickly. So I've done this before. The problem is if you have like Git requirements or HTTP requirements, you can't necessarily parse them all. But assuming you just have like package name equals other package name and maybe environment specifiers. How did I do this before? Where is that project? I think it's Yelp requirements tools. Yeah, this thing definitely parses requirements.txt. This one, or is it in this one? Looks like this is old code because it's using package resources, but packaging has a thing for this. Install packaging. Oh, it's already installed. All right, because PyTest depends on it now. Packaging dot requirements. This is the requirements file. Let's put some more interesting things in here. Python version less than 3. Something like that. With open requirements.txt, requirements dev.txt. Okay, so 4 line in lines. Oh wait, we need to packaging.requirements. Mock equals 2, so then you can get the version out of that. Oh no, it's specifier. I forget how this thing works. Specifier, yeah. So then you can get the requirements there. If we have environment specifiers, so like Python version less than 3. X dot, what was it called? Marker. So this gets you your markers, so you can see like which markers apply, and then you can do evaluate on those. So in this case, like Python version is 3, so that this was false, but you can always, I think, set other ones. Python version equals 2. Maybe it has to be in a dictionary. Yeah, so then you can evaluate markers in a different way. But if I remember correctly, this does not support requirements like -e dot, because it doesn't know how to parse that. It also doesn't probably support git plus github.com/ace/pi upgrade. Probably doesn't support that. So you would have to manually parse those other ways instead. But that should hopefully help. This file is one that tripped up the naive parser. Yeah, this should work for packaging. Like, just skip the comments. Maybe, I don't know if you have to strip these, but this extra, or this marker stuff would get handled in the same way that I was just talking about here. Paste bin that. Yes. Let me grab what I've written here. Including my broken stuff. I'll leave the -e dot stuff out of it. Paste. I'm not even gonna bother cleaning it up. Let's see, did you auto-detect the right language? Kind of. Close enough. Yeah, that should hopefully help. Hopefully that helps you with your packaging stuff. But yeah, let's write some failing tests for add trailing comma and get those working. Fixes, calls, no ops. We're probably just gonna make a new function at the bottom. Unhugging, which is by far the most complicated part of this, I guess. We only feeling brace. Fix from import. Fix classes. Fixes with Python 3 only syntax. Here, fix single line literals too many commas. Use the same structure that I use almost everywhere else. Just a parameterized list. Don't really care about the Python 3 options here, but we'll write ourselves some test cases. So the first one is just going to be our basic like list, and this should produce, because these can be one line because they're real short, should be 1, 2. So we're just removing that comma. There's also the case where there's a bunch of space here. And we'll also do that for sets. 1, 2, and dictionaries. And we can only do it for tuples if it has more than one element. That's gonna be tricky. We're gonna have to worry about that. Can't rewrite one element tuple. Although I would like it to remove the trailing space, so we'll look at that. These are the planned rewrites. The tests that we're gonna try and make pass. I do want the white space fixed. I guess we'll call this test remove extra comma. Because right now this name is super verbose, and I think this explains it well enough. Extra C comma. I wonder where is the start of that tuple. This tuple here, and tuple's stuck. Let me show you why tuple's stuck. So if you have a tuple like this, I would expect the tuple to start here, but the AST actually reports this tuple as starting here. Let me just demonstrate that. But they fixed this in Python 3.8. AST pretty t.py. So if we look at this tuple, it reports its line number is line 3, which is here, and its column offset is 4, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So in Python 3.8 they fixed this. VM 3.8, Python 3.8. Nope! Yeah. Oh, I typoed that. So if we look in Python 3.8, there's a bunch of new stuff here. But now the tuple properly says that it starts here at column offset 4. They're out of order. Shoot. That's annoying. Oh, I know they're right. I was just confused because these numbers look the same. Never mind, they're fine. And these new end line number and end column offset are, I said they're new already. Well, they're new in Python 3.8. Have I seen this? 0.333300004.com. No, I have not. Oh. I'm gonna bookmark this because I have to explain this so often to people that I'm gonna use this. Thank you for that link. That's really great. But no, I haven't seen this before. What does it say about Python? Oh no, there's a difference in Python 2 and Python 3. Oh yeah, there's also a difference between Python 2.6 and Python 2.7. I remember I broke a bunch of tests when I moved Yelp main from Python 2.6 to Python 2.7 around floating point stuff. Wait, D has 3 different results? Wait, what is 0.1L? In C, that's long, but these are... Oh, is it like decimal? Maybe? Because in C it's long, but like there's no floating, there's no like decimals in long. I don't know. Bookmark, yes, certainly not one you can remember. Yeah, there's no way I'm remembering this URL. But it's such a good domain. Check out Go. All right, Go. And we'll get back to programming. Go. Oh my, why? Why though? That seems fine. But float 64s are different than the... This is... What? 0.2. Wait, is there something that's 0.2 as the output? Literal numbers have different precision than literal numbers put on variables. Of course. What do you think of Ubuntu 1904? I haven't used it myself. I'm actually running 1804. Partially because I like the stability. But no, I assume it's the same old, so it's probably as good as it's gonna be now. Oh, Sarcastic Dante says it's annoying. Well, I'll let you talk about it then. Are you old? I wrote Python 2 10 points. If you have 10 points or more, you are old. I mean, I'm probably old. I'm not sure what you're asking though. But anyway, yes, code. So tuples, crazy. Sadness, mostly sadness. Fortunately, it's fixed in 3.8, but it means that my code has to do different things in different Python versions. Yeah, so we have our tests. Let's show that they're failing first. Tuple object is not callable. I'm missing a comma somewhere. Okay, cool. So we have 6 failing tests. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we want. So now I need to figure out how this works. Okay, so I think this goes through here. But this fix simple function gets used a lot. Oh, I probably also want to do this for function calls too, now that I think about it. And every other thing that could be. I probably need to also do fix call as well. Fix call, fix simple. Oh, this is find simple. D. Let's fix data. How does this thing work? Okay, it returns this fix object. Which says where the braces are, whether it's a multi-argument, and the initial intent. Okay. So I think I might need to add more state to that on whether it should remove the end comma or not. If add comma, what is add comma? Where does that come from? Oh, add comma is a boolean. I see. Okay. That gives me some layout of the land here. Oh, I'm behind on chat. Let's see. Oh, you guys are just talking about Ubuntu? They removed libSSL 1.0, which is required by some Qt libraries that do not work with 1.1. Some Qt libraries. I gotta stop saying Qt. Do not use LSB upgrade. It broke my VM. Just reinstall if you want to do so. Yeah, I've had mixed results with LSB upgrade. It worked on my work laptop, but it very much bricked my media machine in my living room. So, no, back up stuff before you do things. Fortunately, like, I didn't have anything to lose on either of the machines, so if I would have lost stuff, I would have just wiped and started over. The other thing that I had a problem with is I had to like go back and uninstall all of the packages that no longer existed because it didn't properly clean up or something, and I don't know, it's messy. Yes. Where's the part where it checks whether they're the same line or not? Let's just give this one a name. Call remove comma. That way we can just run this individual test. Assuming I put quotes around it. Wrong expression. Do I need more quotes? I do. Wait, that didn't even work. Comma and call. And remove and comma and call. Okay, we have exactly one test now. I got it. I know what I'm doing now. What I liked reading about is 1904 is that it installs kernel 5.0 and NVIDIA drivers out of the box. Yes, I've heard about that. I've added a pound discord command to your bot. Do you want to merge it? Sure. Let me do that. Pull requests. Look at chat being helpful. Show the Discord URL. If you do have a Discord, you are welcome to join. This should say Discord. Edit that for you. Dick sword, oops. Oh man. Pew pew. We do have a Discord and you're welcome to join. Awesome, sounds good. Groove. Does this have CI? Or no? No, of course not. Why would I have CI in this? Wait, I could have sworn I set up CI for this. Not that it has any tests. It would have just been to run pre-commit. I guess I didn't. Oh well. Another day. Look, you gotta ship it, cat. Cool. Thanks for that. Let me pull and restart the bot so that we get that command going. Want holy RMS integration. Oh, yeah. Dick sort, the new sorting algorithm. Wait, what was that? Oh, yeah. Solid deprecation warnings that are not actionable yet because they produce attribute errors if I run them otherwise. So yeah, now you should be able to do pound discord. And there's that for everyone. Feel free to join. Thank you for the command. Oh, and source, it works. Oh, but I bet. Yeah, we forgot to add it to help. Fix that real quick. Actually, we should just make it so it auto adds to help. It's kind of annoying that you have to do all of this manual editing. Possible commands. Put a breakpoint here. That's not what I wanted. Run the bot, and if we help, so you guys can see chat while I'm doing this. Well, kind of see chat because as soon as I click on this, we're not going to see anymore. Handlers. What is it? So kind of ripped the regular expression pattern out of it, maybe. Why does this one have a bang in it? Hey, what's up? Oh goodness, how am I gonna say this? Zeth? Zizeth? Wait, maybe you've said something in chat. Hey, what's up, hi? Hey, what's up? Say Zet. Cool. Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I'm sorry I butchered your name. Why does this have a bang in it? If bang and match dot pattern. I don't. Oh, there it is. Oh, I see. We're using regular expressions to match parts of regular expressions. This should be a raw string. Do I need to escape that? How does this work? Hey, what's up, Riddick CR? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh, can you check the CI build? I don't know why it fails with no module name SQLite. Yeah, that's because... Oh, and this is a whole deal that a lot of people are real mad about, and I am as well myself. So Microsoft shipped broken Python 2.7, Python 3.5, and Python 3.7, but not 3.6, and only on their Linux builders, and they still haven't fucking rolled it back. Like, oh, it just really grinds my gears. But yeah, you can completely ignore that. But yeah, everyone who imports SQLite 3 is seeing these crashes on Azure pipelines. And people are all like, hey, roll back, please roll back. And they're like, hey, we have a workaround. And the workaround is, where is it? The workaround is RMRF the installed things and then download them and extract them. And it adds like, I don't know, a minute to someone's build. It's really annoying. But I'm just gonna like, what is it? Ride it out until it fixes itself and just deal with the failures. Another way to work around it is to install from Dead Snakes, which I maintain, so that's kind of cool. But it doesn't work for Python 2.7. But whatever. You could just install Python 2.7 using apt. So I don't know why people were like someone got grumpy here and was like, no 2.7, blah blah blah. But yeah, I'm a little grumpy about that. But yeah, you can just ignore it. What the fuck? That's not even a workaround. Yeah. Just roll back. Like, why does it take so long to roll back? Like, we identified this within like minutes of it launching. And they could have just turned it off. I don't know, I'd like to get like opted into the early warning builds, because like I feel like my projects do enough crazy shit that like I can identify problems earlier than other people. But yeah, it's been 4 days and they still haven't rolled back. They don't have CI for their CI. To be fair, their primary customers are probably C# people, so so that's gonna be why that's that way. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back right now. Oh yeah, Sarcastic Dante, when I'm in a breakpoint, the async IO loop pauses, so it's not actually running any of the rest of the commands. And when the bot's down, it doesn't reply. Their CI is on Travis. Yeah, we got a little bit of salt. But I don't know. I still like their product, so I'm not gonna complain so much. What was I doing? Doesn't \W match word characters? Shows how much I know about regular expressions. Here's the explanation. E is for a boundary between a \W. Matches Unicode word characters. Do I have this backwards? I bet I have this backwards. Maybe? So what I want to match is things that have a bang and then a word character. Which I think is a bang and then a word character. Match that pattern for matched in handlers if reg.match match.pattern. Reg is not defined. Inline this, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. What about searching for tilde bang as the first letter is bang? Sorry, what? I heard something about breakpoint. Oh, I'm debugging the bot right now, so that's why it's not replying to anything right now. I can't use tilde bang because the pattern actually has the bang in the middle of it. Because there's this priv message bit before it. But I don't know why this isn't matching. Oh, I need search. That's why. Search. Cool. Then this will get me all the commands. Search. Okay, let's we're on a tangent. I'll hopefully bring it back soon. We're just micro-optimizing a Twitch bot. Okay. Bang followed by many word characters. And re.search. Sorted the match.group for match in possible if match. And then we can do comma.join commands. And hopefully that works. Yeah, so now the bot replied. Untitled Chapter. Awesome. Oh, I forgot an F. I know how to program. Possible commands are Discord, oh hi, subscribers, uptime. Oh, we also need to have help. Help plus this. The subscribers doesn't work, but anyway, I'll make that work eventually. My plan for the subscribers command was to make oh yeah, just so you guys can see it's working now. My plan for the subscribers, because I don't actually know who my subscribers are, but I wanted a command to look it up, but I haven't done that yet. So not implemented. But yeah, this is a little jank, but I think it works. So we're gonna call that good enough. Oh man. I want to stage everything but this here, which is kind of unfortunate. So I'm just gonna delete this, I guess, and then get add. I don't know, complicated get stuff. Get diff. Dynamically list the possible commands. Line too long. 129. Oh. It's not wrong, you know. This is why I need CI. Github-p wouldn't have worked though. I would have had to like manually edit the patch because it was all in one blob. I have used Github-p before though, or I'm too dumb to know how to make Github-p work. Stage. Commit. We'll put that back in here. Oh, too many new lines. And then I'll just restart the bot so that we're definitely running the latest version. Cool. Thank you for the contribution there. Let me delete it out of my email as well. The Discord command. Oh, I see. And B's gone ahead and implemented my help wanted. I already opened this, in fact. Has implemented my help wanted ticket. But yeah, you can ignore 2.7, 3.7, and pre-commit. Because those are gonna break. Cool. Did I write a test for this in PyUpgrade? Am I gonna require you to write a test for this? We're gonna find out. I did not. So you're free to not write tests. It's fine. I don't know why I didn't write a test for this, but it's all good. It's all good. And you got the please merge this cat. Now another one of my CIs is gonna go red, but you know what? Just fine. One day Azure will roll back and then everything will be okay. Yeah. Okay, back to what we're working on. That's some of my extra tabs. Okay, so we have just one test, and I'm gonna debug it and see where we can find stuff. So if it's actually being identified as something where it should add or remove a comma, we should have fixes here, in theory. Add comma and fixed data is none. So it is not trying to fix it there, I guess. You should write a program that watches your stream and uploads all t.pies to GitHub. They're valuable to us. I've started manually uploading my t.pies. I made this repo called t. The problem with just like automatically updating them is then you don't get like these nice explanations that I put next to it. What t.py did I make that was useful? I think this t.py is not super useful. It's just like me explaining how tuples are broken. What is a t? So the story behind this is like kind of a little bit lost to me. I don't actually know when I picked this habit up, but I do remember someone who used this habit all the time. They would just name all of their test files t or t.py or t.sh, or if t.py already existed, they would call it tt.py or tttt.py. And you would run ls in their home directory, and they would just be like triangles of files that were prefixes of t, and like you would just sit there and like press t a bunch of times until you got a new file that didn't exist. But I don't know. It's short to type. Probably stands for test. I don't know. I continue to use it, and so that's where that comes from. I don't know. I wouldn't upload this t.py because I don't think it's that useful. But the like snippet that I sent to Swills earlier, maybe that would be something I would upload. But too late now. I'm using T as a suffix for my test files. Oh, interesting. Oh, is this your, what? In this project. Reality is a backend for untrusted Python source. Oh. Interesting. Are you a former Perl hacker? No, but my friend was, so maybe that's where I picked it up from. Oh, is B a Perl hacker? I didn't write that test, don't blame me. I'm not blaming you for anything. Okay, so the current problem, or at least the first thing that I have to fix here, is this find is gonna always return none, I think, for stuff that isn't multi-line. Let's see, find call. Okay, so solid comment here about the AST lying to us again. So, or not lying to us, but giving us something that's less useful than what we want. Interesting. I use a completely different strategy in PyUpgrade. And I wonder if I can't just make that or use that same strategy. Huh. Why does PyUpgrade not do this? Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Six calls. Find open paren. Yeah, it just calls this find open paren function. And how does that work? I guess that's fair, but why?
The same is true for people who think all the time. That means when I use the word...
The AST lies to us about the beginning of parenthesized functions. See issue 3.
The constant chit-chat of symbols and images or words inside your skull.
Well, I left myself a note at least. But my guess is that my upgrade is broken, or add trailing comma is doing unnecessary work. One of the two is probably true. Index error, pop from empty list. Does this work for PyUpgrade? 6 dot text type. Sure. What the fuck? Yeah, that's broken. Damn it! Okay. So I was right at least. It is broken. Bit of an edge case. I haven't seen this break in the wild, but it's certainly possible. Should produce probably just this, but currently produces this broken syntax. Amazing. I forgot to mark this one as Python. No, they're all marked as Python. Hey, Tony! Hey, what's up? How's it going, Jake? Hey, Tony! It's okay, I can make fun of Italians. I have Italian descent. I'm a protected class. No, I'm not. I'm very far from a protected class. Okay, so my upgrade has a bug, so this is probably correct. That sounds Italian mafia. You know, Tony Sottile! I'm gonna sleep with the fishes tonight. Okay, so in find call we find the argument and then we go backwards to find the parenthesis, I think. First brace is none. If the token source is a open parenthesis, then we append I. If the token source is an end parenthesis, then we pop. If we're in our call, then the only parenthesis is our first brace. I guess that makes sense. And so that's this first brace points at this opening parenthesis so that it can find the matching parenthesis here. Oh, and so here's where we're getting if it's not a multi-line. Tokens first brace dot line is the same line as token last brace dot line. And so what we still want to do here is if it has a white space or a comma before it, then we need to record it for later. Man, I don't know why this is so like backwards and forwardsy. I'm a little irked at why this I can't remember why, and that's the wacky part. Why this why we collect a bunch of fixes and then at the end we just fix all of them. I don't know. Or call in visitor.calls at the offset. I'm curious as to how this can be more than one. But that's probably why. Because this could only be one, this can only be one, this can only be one, this can only be one. And this can only be one. So it must be whatever this multi-call thing is. And I'm sure I have a test for it as well. Multiple calls can report their starting position as the same. Oh, I know why. If you have this, this is actually two different calls. And they both report their starting position right here. So this call and this call are both reported as right there. Makes sense then. It also makes sense why we search for the first argument of each function in order to find this parenthesis, which is sneaky. But that makes a lot of sense now, and it also makes sense why we need a loop to fix all of them. Sneaky is greater than Pythonic. Yeah. But we also... Do we fix them in the proper order is the other question. Let's make a test case for that. First want to not have commas so that it actually fixes things. Does it fix this properly? Yes, continue. This runs lots of code. Okay, it works fine. Sometimes Pythonic stuff are not very Pythonic. That's true. Okay, so we need to check here whether we have commas to remove or not. If they're the same and tokens last brace -1 dot name. So if they are the same and the last token is not a space or a comma, not okay, so if they're the same and the last token is... I'm confusing myself with Boolean logic. I hate this. And the last name is not unimportant white space. And the source is not equal to a comma. Then we're going to return early. I think. I don't know. Where's my point? Okay, let's try that at least. Okay, so at least we found our fix. What's the arg get used for? Don't unhug single element things with a multi-aligned component inside. Well, it certainly did something. But it added new lines. So it did royally mess up the file. So that's not what we want to do. It's on the right track though, but we need to figure out whether to replace it or not. Actually, I wonder if I can get rid of that deferred fixing. That would at least make this a little bit easier to understand what's going on instead of having to bounce back and forth. Let me try and do that and get the test pathing. Just gonna exfile that for now. Move our breakpoint. Right, things are very broken because of the thing that I did up there. Count that out for a sec. Yeah, our tests are currently passing. So instead of calling fixed brace here, I think I should just make this immediately fix the thing. So like if I just did fixed brace, fixed data, where does that come from? Add comma and fixed data. Fixed data, of course, we reorder the arguments. Nice. I've gone too far. Fixed brace, find call, call I. Tokens, add comma. Does that break tests? Answer is he. Oh. If fixed data is none, return. Okay. Okay, that seems promising. So let me do that for all of these. Functions can be treated as calls. Cool. Classes can be treated as calls. Also cool. Oh, I deleted the wrong line. And this always adds a comma. Always gonna be true there. It's a bit of a Boolean trap, but oh well. Find simple. That one was also true. Hey, what's up, El Jungerin? Oh, I'm so sorry, I butchered that. Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Sometimes, oh, the standard lib is not super Pythonic. Yeah, that's true. If fix. I don't think I need this branch at all. Fix brace, find imports. True totals. Handle parenthesize things. Okay, do my tests still pass? Unbound variable. Oh. Defunct. And this should be class. Okay. Seems fine then. I don't know why. Why did I change that? Why did I do it the old way? Maybe if I look at the commit that changed that. Change back to a single pass that now that is top down. Is it just me, or does every follow count sound kind of cocky? It might, but what am I gonna do now? I can't change it. Is it the way I'm saying it, or is it just the words that are cocky? I don't know. I'm so sorry. I am actually grateful. I'm very happy that people just tune into this. This is when I changed it to fixed break. But I don't think I was handling all the things at this point. It's probably not when that mattered. Multiple functions. Okay, this is when I switched it. That seems like not for a good reason. For I and enumerate follows. Yeah. I still keep track of them in my email. I have all the emails from, because I get an email notification when someone follows. Yeah. I do have a full list. Although using Gmail as a database is maybe not the dominant strategy. Okay, so I can see when I added this, and I'm pretty sure that it's unnecessary, and that I can just do this in order already. So that's good. The refactor that I just did is accurate. The thing that I do have to worry about is knowing whether it's a tuple or not to have this special handling there. But I think this, wait, forgot to uncheck this out. I know you're grateful, but also can't skip the thought of it sounding like your insignificant follow counts too. Every follow counts for humans. Oh, man. One of these days I'm just gonna rage about Kenneth, and that's just gonna happen, but I don't think that's gonna be today. Jake asks, what are you working on? So I'm working on a tool called add trailing comma, although the kind of twist of irony here is I'm actually trying to remove commas in this case. Add trailing comma is a tool that I wrote and a pre-commit hook that does some code formatting. It tries to make your code look like this, kind of like Black does, but it has slightly different rules. It tries to avoid like arbitrary indentation, and it adds commas wherever it can so that you can provide minimal diffs. That's basically it. This is just a bunch of like, look at all the commas it can add. It also does some stuff with matching opening and closing braces. But I'm working on a case where you have commas that are unnecessary on single line things, and it's the goal is to remove them. I wonder if you can buy followers on Twitch like Twitter. I don't think I would pay for followers. That seems not a good idea. Still think it's funny that this is removing commas. Okay, commit, refactor, fixed brace. Has to install the hooks for me. The one rage about Kenneth per Python. I see, thank you. Oh yeah, happy to explain. Me either, but people do it on Twitter all the time. It's silly. Yeah. I don't get it. They want to bump their follower count so they can be like, look at all of my influence. I'm sure they do it on Instagram too, because you can actually like buy stuff on Instagram. Oh. So we don't want to stage this chunk, but we want all of these other ones. Imagine buying 1,000 Twitch followers and having them all show up during the stream. Yeah, that'd be crazy. I still don't know if I would pay for people to actually show up. It seems petty. Okay, so I need to... Okay, I need to restore... I need to save some state to make this work properly. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Comma and remove and call. You can... They're named viewbotting. Oh. Huh. I guess that would be one way to get partner status, although it strongly feels like fraud, so I don't think I would do that. A bunch of new features, including a 20 to 40% speed up for startup time. How much is that in milliseconds? I mean, it depends on how many milliseconds your startup time is. No, for like basic PyTest, it was only like 20 to 30 milliseconds, but on some installations, if you had like 1,000 packages installed, that might be a whole second of savings. Need people to go the fuck away. Does that work at work? Imagine the notification spam during the stream. Yeah, that would be pretty bad. Hey, what's up, Mindful Fox? How's your Saturday going? Okay, so we kind of want something like, if they're equal and this is white space, or it's a comma, then remove comma equals true. Otherwise, if these are equal, we would just return false or return none. Just be return. Maybe explicitly return none. Sure. Otherwise, remove comma is equal to false, and we probably need another setting here. Which means this is no longer going to fit on one line. I think you forgot to add closing parentheses. You are correct. Somewhere. I didn't indent properly. Oh, it's a name tuple. Yeah, fixes a name tuple. I really like name tuples. They're pretty good. Fix object, is that new? This is for add trailing comma. So the source looks very similar to PyUpgrade, but it works slightly differently. So add trailing comma, it basically keeps track of, don't worry about this. It's not my fault, it's Microsoft's fault. add trailing comma keeps track of a fix and then applies the same heuristics to all of the different fixes. Thought you were an OP boy. Yeah, no, it's a name tuple. Plain old data. No object-oriented programming here. What is this image you've sent me? How do you pronounce STD? Oh, like standard library. What? Like standard : copy? Boost. People say stood? That's so whack. I would not expect that. Okay. So now we have our test, but it's failing in a different way. It's now adding these parentheses. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. Figure out if either of the braces are hugging. Or fixed move, comma. Maybe that will make it not unhug? Okay, cool. We fix that. Don't unhug if it is a single line. STD, yeah, same. Even Strewstrup says stood? Crazy. If fix data dot remove comma while how do we do this? So we know the last brace, we need to delete the tokens behind it. If tokens last brace there's really only two cases. There's comma, white space, or there's just a comma. But we can do this as a loop, I guess. While tokens I dot source is equal to comma. No, we'll enumerate the cases. If last brace -1 dot name is unimportant white space. If tokens, what am I doing? That's not valid syntax. If the tokens start.name is equal to unimportant white space, subtract by 1. If the source is a comma, then we'll also subtract by 1. And this should introduce a new bug. Del token start to last brace. This should fix. That's clearly not right. What? Do I just have like completely invalid data for this? It's the right number. Start equals last space -1, so it's a comma. Oh, this should be not like this. If tokens start -1. Okay, that works now. But we have broken all of our tuple tests. Or our one tuple test. So we need some way to make it not break that. Essentially some sort of Boolean condition here. So we need to know whether it's a tuple at that point. Add comma is tuple. Get a Boolean trap. Not just is it a tuple. Is it a tuple that's more than one, or exactly one element? If move comma and so now we could have a bunch of type errors because I didn't actually implement fixed brace properly. One character too long. I also kind of want to reorder the arguments here. I want to put tokens first. But it's not a public API, so it's completely fine to just reorder the arguments. I also might go back to the name fixed brace, now that I think about it, because I want to make these named arguments, because they're Boolean traps, and that'll make it a little more obvious what's going on. I wish I could make these named only, but it's a little clunky to do that in Python 2, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. What's poppin', fellas? Hey, outdated version. How's your Saturday? What version are you on? Aren't we all outdated in some way or another? Please upgrade to 1.17. 1.17 of what? Oh, of recommit? Or high upgrade? Or okay, got a car wash and spent like an hour vacuuming the inside and stuff. Oh man, vacuuming is so much fun. I really enjoy just like watching dirt disappear from stuff. Just, oh, it's so therapeutic. Oh, I meant updated version to updated version. I see. Yeah, gotcha. Add comma, add comma. So I need to actually put some logic here to check for tuples, but I haven't done that yet. I'm typing the same thing over and over. I should really just copy and paste or macro this in some way. Handled parenthesized things. So I think this one we don't want to remove commas because we didn't identify it as a tuple. We're also not adding commas. Let's make sure our test still pass minus the tuple ones. This is a tuple one, but not the one I was thinking of, and this tuple one and that tuple. One element tuple. Make a function for this. Not one element tuple. This is the line that we want. This is visitor.literals instead. Now it's 81 characters. No. One L tuple. Our Spanish tuple. Back to fixed brace now that it's multi-line calls, so I don't actually care about the number of characters. Still broken. Why is it still broken? Get rid of this being Titus brand. It's not all that useful. I have this condition. Oh, it's not doing that one, it's down here? What? Oh. Why do I have this class? What is this class doing? There's no reason for this class. That's why I was confused. Sweet. A class with a single member. Wait, I got rid of the breakpoint. Oh, I didn't get rid of that one. Hey, what's up, Millie Melnick? Thank you for the follow. Every follow. we were arguing earlier on the stream as to whether that is condescending or not. So I tried to say in the most condescending way possible, and I'm very sorry. Free follower discount. No followers count. Okay, why'd you follow my stream? Okay, this feature works. Do name tuples have a significant overhead over tuples? They shouldn't, because they should have like one function call overhead, because they're actually tuples under under the hood. Like they have no data overhead. So I just make a quick name tuple that doesn't have typos. If we look at the bases of C, it just extends tuple directly, and this instance has no slots data, and it doesn't have a dictionary, so it literally is just a tuple. Know how to disassemble property objects. Anyway, this is how it is implemented. It implements double under new, which calls tuples double under new with the class and the two attributes. The repper is special. Asdict is not important. Make. Where's the properties? Where are the properties? Thanks for saving me 3 cents. Followers are 100 for $3. Is that actually true? Purchase Twitch followers. I would not do this. Don't. $10 for 1,000 followers. Though. This is so fucking sketch. So sketch. Yob says, thanks Anthony, gotta go. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I got enough code in for you reported. You guys, don't report me, please no. Oh yeah, tuples and names tuples are have equality, which actually has some pretty weird side effects. So if I make a second name tuple, class D name tuple, and I give this name tuple just like something completely unrelated, say it's an int and a stir. Well, I'm not gonna use an int and a stir, whatever. This D instance, which is just like unrelated fields, unrelated type, is actually equal to a C instance, because it's transitively equal, which is pretty annoying. Do you know if it's possible to spit assembly of Python? Try node -- print code? Print underscore code? And anyone who has a GNU long opt with an underscore in it is definitely a cop. Definitely a cop. What? That's pretty cool. A lot of assembly for 1+1. Weird. The closest that Python has is it'll show you its bytecode disassembly. So we had 1+1 that way it prints. This is the Python bytecode. Oh, that's because JavaScript only has floating point math. Yeah, I assume there's Well, and also JavaScript's floating point math is not like standard floating point math. So there's always the like promotion and demotion stuff. But you can print the like Python bytecode, but this doesn't necessarily translate directly into machine assembly because it's implemented as a Python, in CPython it's implemented as a virtual machine that runs over these bytecodes, that stuff. Are emojis supported on GitHub? Does that work? Does anyone know? I guess I could just try it and find out. Edit the README. Put it up near the top. Preview. That one didn't work. Is it laughing? It is! Okay. GitHub supports emojis. Yes, I realize the tool is called add trailing comma diff. What else is relevant here? Oh, I guess just show the two cases here. I ran out of nim, it spit out 80 lines of assembly for a hello world, with comments. Huh. Neat. Alright. Remove unnecessary commas on single line literals. It's not just literals though. What did AutoPip8 do to me? Oh, it fixed the space. Okay, cool. Thank you, AutoPip8. Single line things. Alright, so let's see what this diff ended up producing. Hopefully it looks good, and then we'll move on to the next thing. I'll have to edit this. You'll watch me struggle in a 2-line tall vim. What is this a link to? Godbolt's compiler. So hopefully it's... Yeah. Look at our privacy policy! Oh, I see the disassembly here. With unname mangling too. Cool. Output disassembly in Intel syntax. What is the non? Oh, I see. Oh, Intel makes it a little bit easier to read. Except for this, which looks worse. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's one way you can get the disassembly. You can also get that from, was it GCC-E? Intel is newer and easier. Yeah, maybe to write, I guess. Okay, so let's look at this diff, make sure it looks good. Remove unnecessary commas. Yes. I realize the tool is called add trailing comma laughing. Cool. We got rid of the literal thing because it was just singleton name tuple, which is not helpful at all. I think it used to have something else, and I probably let's see. I probably changed it at some point. Git log -g -p. So I removed it. Oh, I used to keep track whether I needed to backtrack. Oh, and I just changed it to put it in the different mapping. Oh, that's clever. Oh, and that's where this condition came from. Cool. Okay. I should have factored out that other attribute at that point. Dash capital E is just for running the preprocessor. Oh, well then I forgot the argument. There is some argument. Maybe it's capital S. T.cpp. iostream. Oh, music, don't you stop. Keep playing. Do not assemble. Compile and assemble. Huh. Okay, then I'm wrong. GCC show disassembly. It is dash capital S. Yeah, there we go. Anyway. Oh, and you can do other forms. MASM equals Intel. I mean, I don't know the difference because I don't know today. How many years? XGeotrek asks, how many years have I worked in Python? Let's see. Slightly more than 7. I first started writing a major amount of Python in 2012 when I worked at Yelp. I had done a little bit before that, but I don't know, probably not enough to count. So we'll pretend I started in 2012. So about 7 years. Long enough. Okay, back to looking at this diff. We added remove comma to this structure. And we removed literal. Oh, it should not be commas, it should be comma. With extra comma, with an extra comma and or white space. Why do you use a virtual machine? You just copy and pasted my FAQ because I haven't filled them out yet. I feel like I've told you this already, but maybe I'm wrong. I use a VM because I play video games. I'm gonna play some, hopefully gonna play some Borderlands 2 tomorrow. Because there's supposed to be new DLC coming out. Did it already come out? But I really love Borderlands 2, so I'm excited to play this tomorrow. It'll come out on June 9th. That's tomorrow. Okay. Hopefully that's a thing. But yeah, I'm planning to play some Borderlands 2 with my friend tomorrow. I don't know if I'll stream it. If I stream it, I probably won't stream it on this channel. But yeah. So I use a VM because I play video games. Also because I destroy. I tend to destroy Linux environments a lot, so a VM is really easy for me to start over. I do run Linux directly on hardware on a couple of my machines though, like my work computer, I dual boot, and my living room machine I run directly. But for this, I use VM. I see you're also playing with the chatbot, which sarcastically suggests GNU/nano when you type nano. It's a joke. Don't take it. Don't take it personally, I guess. All right, so we fixed this comma. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about Vim or Emacs. It's no, this is a nano only stream. No, it's not true. This is actually Vim here. You'd have no idea, but it is Vim. Okay, so we changed fixed brace to do this checking here, so this got moved from the other function. And we stopped the unhugging if we're removing a comma because it's a single line thing. If the fix, this is where we actually remove the comma, and we need to know whether it's a one element tuple or not. It feels bad, man. Yeah, I realize that Nano is not the best text editor. I just happen to be pretty efficient at it, so I continue to use it. Fixed all these functions. Did a lot of code change here. Oh yeah, we got rid of this loop. That's why it looks all weird there. And then we wrote some tests, and that's it. That looks good. I will click this create button. Now, unfortunately, my CI is going to keep failing because of the Azure Pipeline's SQLite problem. But all good there. Learn Vim. It's 100% faster dev speed than Nano. Yes, it's true. I do actually. I kind of know how to use Vim a little bit. Like I know how to quit. But I know how to, like, what is it, Control V for rectangular select, and like, you know, I've done stuff with that before, or like, that goes so far down, like, what is it, right angle bracket to indent, and I don't know, we'll just sort some of this stuff. See, I kind of know my way around it, but I'm using the arrow keys, so you can judge me real hard on that. But yeah. So this will fail. Like, I want to make sure that. I guess I can just run this loop. My talks look like. And we'll also run Pi3.8 at the same time, because that one's not included. ASM. Like, the VM bytecode? Oh, shoot. We'll ignore this failure, it's because it tried to cover this line of code, but, not actually code. I mean, honestly, if 3.6 and 3.8 and 2.7 pass, then I assume everything works. 3.7, I don't have any special code for it. So, I'm gonna ignore these failures here. So this is the failure that I was talking about before, where it's trying to import SQLite. And Azure Pipelines is just broken. But nothing I can do there. Alright, so that looks good. Make a release. Once this finishes. Oh, I guess I should have run PyPy. I forgot about PyPy. But I expect it to pass. Actually, PyPy got tested on CI, so I don't need to worry about that. But we'll let it finish anyway, and then I will release that code. That was supposed to be get status, but I was off by one character. Make sure I'm releasing from master. So I have to edit those files. NIM 1.0 release candidate came out. Oh, that's exciting. NIM is finally going to escape 0 version. NIM 1.0. How to announce this? The stability guarantee. Interesting. This is aggressive. Python makes breaking changes like every minor release, which is awesome. I have an alias for git add-u, GAU, but I keep typing gay from time to time. Should just alias that one too. I have some funny aliases in mine. Like one of them is Babby. So if you shift the right hand by one character on the keyboard when you type nano, you get Babby instead. I think I have Gerp as an alias. No? What is my grep alias? Aliases. GRPE. Maybe I should also do Gerp. This one, I don't know why I type chmox when I mean chmod all the time. The keys aren't even, I mean, they're kind of near each other, but not really. Like, my brain just, like, thinks chmox instead of chmod. But these ones I type a lot. And this one I used to type a lot. Maybe I don't type Gerp all that often. But typo aliases, all good. They copy the memory management of Rust without the borrow checker. Interesting. How often do you use chmod? I mean, probably not enough to use the alias, but I feel like every time that I use chmod, I typo it. Which is, you know, not great. What am I working on next? I forgot. Oh, I was gonna make a release. Right. Getting sidetracked. So this is one of the few times where you'll see me skip pre-commit. I'll show you why, I guess, first. If I go to commit this, because this project is dogfooding itself, it tries to clone it in its own pre-commit configuration, but this version doesn't exist yet until I push. No changelog, yeah. I mean, for these littler things, you can just look at the Git history. It's basically nothing changed. I mean, it's very easy to see that we fixed warnings and this. I don't know, if it was a bigger project, I would probably make a changelog, but I don't know, less than 100 people seem to care about this, so not a huge deal for me. Merge this. Which programming language is NIM? Yeah. Listening W. Oh, buddy, why is this broken, Sue? Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll have to look at this later. So I learned today. Today I learned that Windows is even more messed up for Python than I thought. Hey, what's up by Arturo Bandini? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. So I learned today that Windows is even more messed up than I thought when it comes to Python. Because initially I thought there were only two ways to install Python on Windows. Like, one would be through Sigwin, and the other way would be through the Python installers. There's the link. But I learned that MSys has its own distributions of Python. And MSys has two different distributions of Python, and one of them is pretty broken. So this one makes sense. Like, this looks very much like the the Cygwin Python, in that like you install it, it pretends that it's POSIX, which is great. It tells us up front that it's MSys. We know that it's CPython, and that works all hunky-dory. What's MSys? It is a subsystem, it's like, basically they took GCC and ported it to the Windows system calls, and like you can use any like GCC based technology as long as you like build it from source. And so this is like a recompile of Bash that targets Windows, and it has a bunch of like POSIX binaries that you would expect, like which and ls, and it pretends to be in a /POSIX environment. However, you can still call Windows executables with it. So like the python.exe, you can use Python. But they recompile everything. Is that not literally min-gw? Yeah, it's basically the same thing. It is. This is actually min-gw. But MSys is the compiler tool. I don't know. I think MSys is the compiler tool chain that builds the min-gw project. But I don't know. But they have a Python 2 that you can package into MSys. And yeah, it's sane. Like, it pretends to be POSIX, and it has POSIX semantics. Same with their Python 3. But you can build a Python for min-gw that doesn't look like a POSIX thing, but acts like a POSIX thing. So like everything that it does is POSIX-like, but it tells you that it's Windows and MT, and this is basically like these fields here are indistinguishable from the standard distributions. The only way you can tell that it's different is that this sysconfig thing returns a different value, which is just like, why would you do this? But turns out like Recommit gets mad when you use this Python, so gotta add some more platform-specific if statements so that it doesn't crap out. But fortunately, someone else is working on that, so I don't have to care about it. But anyway, so we're back to here. This is one of the few cases where I will use no verify while making a commit. And I still manually release everything just because, I don't know, it's not that much work. Is that like a proprietary thing? Yeah, I don't actually know. I set it up on my laptop and like played with it this morning, and like if you ask which Python, when you have MSys and min-gw and standard Python installed, it tells you that like all three of those are on your path, and you can run all of them and they all function. They all do slightly different things. But yeah, and the tricky thing is that commit that I had to cancel before. Now that this tag exists, I can run it against all the files. And hopefully I shouldn't have dog-fooded sooner, because hopefully this doesn't change anything. But okay, we're good. Sweet. Yeah. Okay, so another thing that I wanted to maybe work on this stream is a feature for talks. Let me just close some tabs. Got a lot open. I didn't actually look at this and whether it looks good enough. But I can actually go to my wiki, which ignore that tab. I'm not buying Twitch followers. I just wanted to see how much it would cost. This one. Because we actually implemented this. This is my, like, if I were to make if I had infinite time and I could make my own linter and it would suddenly be popular and used in a lot of places, what things would I lint for? What things would I lint for statically? Most of them are just pretty straightforward, like get rid of non-local and global if it's not used. I've seen people write this code before, and I don't know why, but they could just write this code instead. So like auto rewrite this for them. This is a mistake that I've made a couple of times where I mean to like check the return code, but I just like instinctively type subprocess.checkCall when I meant to do subprocess.call. Rewrite that one. This one I think just like remove the bool from here if I remember right, but I've seen people write this a bunch of times. This one kind of bothers me. R is the default in open, so it should just remove this. But yeah, if I had infinite time, I'd implement all these as like code transforms. Also, this one I put a lot more effort into. Like I actually started writing out the AST matcher to find the code that would need to be rewritten. But if you do star quargs with things that are identifiers, you should just be able to inline the parameter, the named parameter itself. Automatically rewritable. Shouldn't be too difficult, says me from forever ago. But, I don't know, I kind of accumulate stuff like that I notice in code reviews and could be improved. We implemented one today, which is this down here. That's that. The other thing that I wanted to work on, actually there's a shorter one that I can work on that you can just get done, which is to make the license detection in virtualenv better. So right now, how can I demo this? If I make a virtualenv, and then inside the virtualenv, I simulate. Here it is. Yeah, if I simulate this being a broken PyPy distribution by deleting the license, and then make another virtualenv from this. Is that how this works? No, it would have warned by now. Oh, I bet I can do this on my Mac, because that's where we've found that it was broken. So I brew install PyPy. I wonder how hard it is to write linters for C++. Like, I know it's hard. I feel like it should be easier, because you can actually know all of the types of things. Or at least, I would hope you would be able to know all of the types of things. I think, like, I could write much better linters in Python if I knew, like, for certain that this was the open function, or, like, for certain this was that attribute of this module. What are you doing, Homebrew? Oh, it's BSD top. It's doing stuff though. And immutable, yeah, you can know whether it's a read or a write or like const. And const. Such a thing that I miss. True immutability whenever I want it. Oh, Python. I can't have those nice things. What's going on here? What are you downloading? Also, these are all eggs. So what are you doing? Why are you running setup.py install? Yeah, and I realized the lag on this is pretty bad. Where do they put site packages? Emojis.brew. A little Ruby file. Awesome. Then libexec? Oh, there we go. Site packages. Yeah, it installs setup tools as an egg and pip as an egg? How would they do this? No. Why? Ugh. Maybe there's a comment that explains. Here's the code. Formula code. I'm not building PyPy from source, no one has time for that. Where's the weird setup.py stuff, though? This is so weird. Why has it picked these random set of packages to install? After is PyParsing 6 and packaging. Those used to be dependencies of setup tools. I assume this is just like completely fucking broken. Like, I agree on installing setup tools and pip, but not the others. Those make no sense. What version of setup tools are they installing? Setup tools 39, that's pretty old. Was setup tools 39 when they did that wacky thing? .0.1. Setup tools 39.0.1. No, that was not when they did the wacky thing, so there's no reason for those other things. Do I fix it because I know it's wrong, or do I leave it because... This should not be happening either. This should be using git pip. It's also weird that it happens after install. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. Not my problem. Oh, I don't have virtualenv here. There's a T directory here. This should show the problem here, maybe? Oh, this is an old version of virtualenv. Right. Oh, I shouldn't have deleted that virtualenv because it would have been useful. I'll do this again. Basically, I need to download a newer version of virtualenv and then run PyPy with that. And that'll show the bug. And the input lag, it's pretty... Like, it's not bad, but I notice it and it just like really messes with me. Mac just removed Python and Ruby, yeah, and Perl. And they switched the shell to Bash. The homebrew people must be like really freaking out because they have no way to bootstrap now. They'd have to like I guess they'd have to download a Ruby interpreter and then bootstrap from that. Because homebrew's all implemented in Ruby. Yeah, and they switched to Zish, however you want to pronounce it, ZSH. Yeah, so here's the warning that we're that's happening right now is based on this license file. So I think I can fix that. And it only happens on macOS and Fedora for some odd reason. Why did they remove them? So my hunch is that they're finally purging SSL. But it's actually kind of like a good thing that they're removing them in some ways. Like the Python on macOS, user bin Python. This Python is Python 2, and they don't have Python 3 at all. And this Python also has this awesome compilation wackiness. Let me grab some emoji. Upside down face. That's an emoji. What the what was that? Justin Bieber upside down? But if you ask the length of this character in Python 2 on macOS, it tells you 2. But every other Python 2, it should tell you 1, because that is only 1 character. But their shit's broken. Hey, what's up, Mataz? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. But this is because the Python they compiled is a narrow build. Grumble, grumble. I don't know, my guess about them removing that is the OpenSSL shenanigans that they've been trying to delete for forever. The reason they switched to Zeesh is because of licensing for Bash. Narrow build, yeah, it uses UCS2 instead of UCS4 for Unicode strings, and so all not multi-byte characters, but like characters that can't be represented in UCS2 are actually 2 Unicode characters and strings. It's super messed up. They got rid of it in Python 3 because it's insane. It's insanity. Like one of the big warts that they got rid of. And thank goodness, because holy shit. But yeah. Let's try and fix that warning in virtualenv. Do I develop on my Mac so that I can demo it? Maybe? What were the problems with SSL? It was the same. Oh, I didn't go back to that. So the problems with SSL and the problems with Bash, I think, are the same. Bash in like 2005 or something switched their licensing from GPL2 to GPL3, and Apple refuses to distribute any software that's GPL3, which, in their defense, like, maybe kind of makes sense, I guess. Like, they were just like, nope, we're gonna stay as far away from that licensing problem as possible. And so that's why Apple has been shipping an old version of Bash since then. So like Bash, the current version's like 5 or 4. I don't know, let's see, latest. It's like 4 dot something. 5? Wikipedia usually says, yeah, 5.0 is the latest version of Bash, and Apple's version is 3.2. Oh, 2007. Okay, I was off by a few years. But yes, they haven't updated Bash since 2007, and I think OpenSSL is the same deal. Like, OpenSSL changed their license, and Apple's just like, well, we're not going to distribute that anymore. And Apple has their own custom SSL library that they use that's different, and so just like a nightmare for all of the different languages that need to do SSL things. And like usually SSL is like horribly broken on macOS. Like you have to shim around it to make it work. But super awesome. But I guess we'll actually develop on the Mac. I'm gonna be real pained about this. Hey, what's up, Philip Way? Philip Way says, oh hi. I'll give you an oh hi right back. Oh, I guess my bot only says oh hi to me. He'll say oh hi to you if you do pound Ohio though. Github.com IPA virtualenv. Got a colon. Permission denied, public key. Oh, I didn't SSH with my creds. Okay. So, what's happening today and why this is warning? Where are my cat memes? You mean like my ship it cats? Where do I go to see those? Nope, that's the wrong one. The cats that I post on PRs and stuff. They come from this repository, which is basically just a website that has a bunch of ship it gifs. Oh, you have that link already saved. Yeah, so I have a user script that when I click approve, this user script fires. And it basically downloads this web page and then grabs all of the ship it images out of them. Oh, I'm just saying more generally when I say, oh hi, I expect a cat gif. Son, I am disappointed. I guess I can hook this up to the bot as well. But, yeah. Sorry. I guess I can fix that. I forgive. The one bummer about macOS is I don't have my highlighting. Because I don't have any dot files. Oh, this is gonna be real ugly. Copy the license file so that it... really what we can do here... Actually, I don't know how this works. Oh, and my PS1 is useless too. What is dest supposed to be? Oh. Subs to path. You have no plugins now. Opens the nano plugin installer. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tulio Naguera? I'm so sorry. And Benjotron, thank you both for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh, there's the other notification. I want to avoid drama, but I've been meaning to ask your opinion about Kenneth Reitz and pipenv. I guess the non-drama question is, do you avoid pipenv? Or, for example, don't expect much from requests 3. I do avoid pipenv. And to some extent I avoid requests as well. I think I was using requests in one of my projects and completely factored it out at some point. I think it was this one. Was it in this branch called minor cleanups? Not that one. Just look at Blur. Replace requests with standard lib. So yeah, this was the one thing of mine that was using requests, and I just factored it out because turns out it's not much more work to just use urllib.request. Yeah, for the most part, I've just been using the standard lib, and for the most part, it kind of works. But I've had several negative interactions with him in open source, and like mostly like the responses I've seen to actual bug reports when things are actually broken, and like negativity towards that is like not not super appropriate, and like if that's how you're gonna treat bugs on your project, then I probably like I'm scared from a liability perspective of using that project because of the treatment of bug reports. So not just like you're an asshole, I don't want to use your product, but more like if you're not going to take bug reports seriously, then I'm scared to use your software. And I avoid pipenv more for technical things, like it doesn't give me anything that I find useful. Like I'm perfectly happy using requirements.txt and virtualenv directly, and sourcing and activating and deactivating virtualenvs. Like I'm completely comfortable doing that, and the overhead that pipenv adds to that is pretty obnoxious. Am I fluent in Python? I mean, I guess what does fluent mean? Like I know most of the things about Python. I do write a lot of Python. Parcel tongue. Yeah. I maintain a bunch of stuff that's pretty important in the Python community. Well, I guess no, maybe I'm overstating my bounds. But like I'm one of the maintainers of PyTest. Also one of the maintainers of Tox. I have created a project called Precommit, which the website's a little bit prettier than the GitHub. Don't worry about that. I also maintain Flake8's lab. So I'm one of the maintainers of Flake8, and a bunch of other shit. But no, I do a lot of Python. Yeah, don't let the nano fool you. He's no Harry Potter, but he is a wizard. I'm very flattered. Thank you. Think of it this way, just because an architect is using a crayon doesn't mean he isn't an architect. Oh, buddy. Yeah. Because, nano is definitely a crayon. Oh, I don't even have the, tabs to spaces set in nano, so when I press tab, I get a tab character. So I'm gonna have to manually press space a bunch of times. Do you use Python at your work? Yes, I do. So I work on developer experience at Lyft, and we use Python for a lot of our developer tools. And about 85-ish% of our services use Python, and so building tools for Python is pretty important. We also have a lot of Go and Java and C++. And actually, recently learned that there are 12 different programming languages in use at Lyft. Let's see if I can name them all. Okay, so Python, Go, JavaScript, TypeScript, maybe not TypeScript, maybe TypeScript doesn't count. C++, Java, Scala, C#, Ruby, Rust. What am I forgetting? I mean, Bash doesn't really count. Shell doesn't really count. Oh, what else? We have some PHP. And there's one more. C, maybe? I don't know. But we have like 12 different programming languages. I can see all those making sense except for C++. Why would you need C++? So we have two large projects written in C++. The first is Envoy Proxy, which is a I don't know, load balancer proxying thing that Lyft invented. So we have some C++ for that. We also have C++ for the core routing engine of Lyft uses it, I think. But yeah. I still know basic Python, but I still cannot write my own things. What would you recommend for actually starting to write your own things? I'm stuck. I think like for learning, I always suggest like find a project and make it happen and spend a lot of time Googling and learning stuff. That's how I learned to program, was from Google and Stack Overflow and like asking like querying the right things on Google and following examples from that. One project that I often suggest when learning is to try and build a chatbot, because they're kind of useful. You can interact with them. You can quickly see what's broken. In fact, like the chatbot that I built for stream, I built it because I wanted to learn async IO in Python, and so it was kind of a way to me to like deep dive into that. And I spent a bunch of time on stream googling how all the different things work and all of that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's usually what I suggest when people get started. Have you seen Scala Native? I have not. How many different versions of Python do you interact with on a daily basis? So at work we run 2 versions of Python. We run Python 2.7.6 and we run Python 3.6.2. And I guess there's one service that's running PyPy 3 7.1.1. The Python 3.6 flavor of that. But myself, I also interact with a couple other versions. So I often use Python 3.7, usually 3.7.3. I also interact with Python 3.8, which is beta 1 right now. And unfortunately, Lyft has a little bit of code that's Python 2.6, which is not great. But we need to fix that at some point. Let's see. Wouldn't this be better in Go? Oh, I guess depending on timing, Go might not have existed. Future proofing. I don't remember which thing you're talking about, but yes, probably. Hi, how are you doing? Do you know if I can stop a function thanks to another? What do you mean by that? Python 2.6, I forgive you. Yeah, well, in my previous company at Yelp, almost all of the Python was Python 2.6, even years and years after it was dead. Oh, the C++ thing, yeah, Go didn't exist then. So almost all of the code at Yelp was Python 2.6, and I actually was one of the people that introduced Python 2.7 at Yelp, and I ported the monolithic codebase from Python 2.6 to Python 2.7, which was at the time like 3 million lines of Python. There were 80,000 tests, and when I started, I had 24,000 failing tests. Fortunately, it was only like, I don't know, 1,200 root causes of those 24,000 fails. But I just like slowly whittled it down and then flipped the whole code base to Python 2.7. Oh, you were at Yelp before Lyft. I had a good friend who left about a year or so ago. Was there an exodus at the time, or was your move unrelated? My move was unrelated, but it seemed like there was always kind of an exodus. People were always just leaving. My reasons were for different things. Yeah, I left for mostly for a couple of reasons. Like, one, they wouldn't let me run Linux on my computer, and no way in hell was I gonna run Mac OS, and they wouldn't let me run Windows, so that wasn't gonna happen. The other thing is I realized that I was being severely underpaid, and I realized that pretty much everyone that worked at Yelp was severely underpaid, and I realized that, like, if I switch jobs, I can make a shit ton more money. And so, peace! He said one day IT told him he wasn't allowed to use Gentoo anymore and needed to switch to Windows or OS X by the end of the week, and he just said, fuck it, I'm gone. I think I know who you're talking about, actually. Fuck, what was his name? Because he was the only Gentoo user at Yelp. But I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Grant. Yeah. I know Grant. Yeah, he left after I did. Because like they threatened to take away Linux, and I said, "Fuck you guys, I'm out." And then they rolled back the policy the day after I left because they're like, "We don't want all of our Linux users to quit like this." But then they like slowly chipped away at everyone else, and then eventually we're like, well, we only have like 5 people that are using Linux, so if those 5 people leave, whatever, not a big deal. And so that's when they flipped the policy. But yeah, a bit of a mess. It was the same reason. Nice. Now that you don't work at Yelp, how many failures do you think there are now? Oh, well, I got that 24,000 failures down to 0. But realistically, there was always like 100 to 500 failing tests in the monolith. And there was always like, 30 or 40 services that didn't build properly. So I doubt those numbers have changed much. And that's actually not too far from the reality at most companies. Like, you kind of expect, like, I don't know, the 5% of your services to be broken at any given time. People say you should move somewhere before 5 years anyways. Yeah, I stayed there for way too damn long. I didn't realize that I was, like, I thought I was in a like, green walled garden, but really not really. Like, it was pretty, it was pretty shitty. I was not paid well at all. How would they know if you just use Linux on a virtual machine? I did that for years, and they didn't know that until they started banning software on the laptops, and we didn't have root on macOS. So if you wanted software installed, you had to go talk to IT to get it installed. And if you went to IT and were like, "Hi, can I have VirtualBox installed?" They'd be like, "What are you doing with VirtualBox?" And then they would say no. So, also, like, virtual machines don't work well when you have more than one monitor on macOS, because the way macOS structures their window management, each monitor is a different workspace, and if you have an application that spans more than one monitor, it has to be in 2 different workspaces, and so, and this was really annoying. And the VM manager I was using was Parallels. And Parallels had this hilarious bug that if a VM was up for, like, I don't know, 6 or so hours, you would notice this thing when you switched your mouse from one screen to the other. It would switch the cursor and then switch it back, because it was context switching in and out of Linux and macOS. And this would get progressively worse and worse. Like, the window manager would just continually leak memory. And eventually, you could, like, take your mouse and then switch it between 2 screens, and then, like, let go and have it pause there and just watch as it blinked in and out of macOS and Linux mode. And, like, it would also, like, if you pressed a key directly while switching screens, it would repeat that keystroke 3 or 4 times, and just, like, oh, it was so frustrating. So I was like, there's no way in hell I'm going back to that. Let's see. I want to stop a function when I click a button. Yeah, that's possible. It depends on what language you're writing in, though. Like, you would probably want to, like, have some sort of state variable that you assign when you click the button, and then, like, stop a loop, an event loop that's happening, or something like that. No, that would somehow work. I bought Windows 10. Hey, can you still make a temporary Python thing on Windows? Yes. So you can still make. Oh, that's not it. You can still make virtual environments on Windows the same way that you would on, like, Linux or whatever. So if you have, like, Python 3, you can use python-m devenv my virtual environment. And this produces no output because it's the standard lib one that's kind of shitty. Virtualenv also works unless you're using Python from the Windows store, because apparently that's broken currently. But we'll fix that eventually. Although on Windows, the bin directory is replaced by the scripts directory, but you can just, like, pip install whatever you want in your virtual environment like that, and that's kind of an isolated Python environment, the same way that I do on Linux. So the answer to that is yes. Let's see. Hey, what's up, 003 Random? How's it going? Damn, not having admin is a deal breaker. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It got to the point where, like, people would use, like, brew to install a bunch of stuff into their home directory and, like, build a bunch of stuff from source. So that was a mess. Excuse me, I need to change my hypervisor. Yeah. I find it hilarious that Yelp has this kind of security for employees, given that I visited Yelp offices 6 times, and every time the security sign-in system was broken, so I didn't have to provide anything. Yeah, you know, I've walked into the office. I haven't worked there in, like, year and a half, and I think I've been in the office like 50 plus times. Just kind of like walk to the elevator and follow someone in, and like people don't, I mean, unless they recognize me, because a lot of people recognize me, but if they didn't recognize me, I would just walk right in. People would know no different. I don't know. Office security is pretty bad in San Francisco. Like, there's some companies that take it very seriously, but a lot of them are just like, you can just waltz in and people won't know the difference. The other day, our company's IT service, they partially outsourced it, called me and asked if I had an SSH connection open to Bitbucket, which is our normal repo, and I said yes, and they said, okay, just checking. Oh, that sounds pretty sketch. Sorry about that. We're just checking you weren't a body snatcher. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sergey? How's your Saturday going? Have you tried playing on Linux? Which thing are we talking about? I've lost track of what you're replying to, Sarcastic Dante. Sorry, friend. Sergey asks, what are you working on today? So I already did one thing today, and now I'm kind of starting on another one. The first thing that I did today is in the add trailing comma project, which is a code formatter. Don't worry about this. It's because Microsoft broke everything. This is a code formatter that tries to make your function calls look like this. Black does a similar thing, but this came years before Black existed, and so no, I still like it and I still use it. It tries to avoid like arbitrary indentation, and it enforces trailing commas so that when you add functions or remove functions, you get a minimal diff. But basically, it adds commas wherever it can. And the thing that we implemented today is removing commas when they're unnecessary. So if you had like an inline literal that has a trailing comma, there's no reason to have this comma here. It doesn't save you anything. And so add trailing comma will now remove this trailing comma. A little bit funny, but it works pretty well. I think it's just really inconsistent. I don't mind lower level, but if you're going to do stuff that inconveniences your employees, it has to be worth it. Yeah, for sure. I think MS broke it on purpose to slow down everyone jumping on the free tier of their service. I think that would be a little bit, that'd be too many levels of conspiracy theory for me to believe that. Oh, I mean games using Proton or in Wine. I have tried it before. I haven't done it in years, and like last time I did it, it was so much work, and like still didn't get full FPS out of it, and so it was pretty. It was too much work. During my first internship, I had no restrictions on the operating system, but I had restricted internet access and had to use a proxy. Is a proxy common in big software companies? Yeah, it's pretty common. There was a proxy at Yelp, and oh my god, there was like this man-in-the-middle proxy that was on all of our laptops, and it would decrypt all of our traffic, and there was so many bugs in this man-in-the-middle proxy because, whatever company you paid for it, like, whatever, they didn't read the HTTP spec, and there was one day where we were debugging this bug in the app, and like we couldn't reproduce it because the proxy software was actually changing how HTTP was functioning in a way that, like, I think it was like 204 requests, which are supposed to have no body and are supposed to not have a content length argument. The proxy was adding a content length argument, and then the HTTP parser in the app was reading that content length and like exploding or some way or another. And like we spent so many developer hours trying to figure out this damn problem that was just caused by the shitty proxying software. I'm liking Black. I finally switched off of yap/prettier/etc. I just find having fewer dependencies an easier thing when working with my team. Yeah, it makes sense. I like the concept of Black. There's some parts of it that I disagree with. That's just me. Particularly the binary operator and the slices stuff and the double quotes. Those are my 3 deal breakers. But other than that, it's fine. Wait, is this literally a one-purpose code formatter? The only thing it does is commas? Yes. Yeah, that's all add trailing comma does. the idea is that it's easy to compose with a bunch of different formatters. So if we look at like, look at my pre-commit configuration, I actually have a bunch of different code formatters and code limiters that I hook up. So like, this is a formatter, this is a formatter, this is a linter, this is a linter, this is a linter, linter, formatter, linter, formatter, 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 and formatter. Like, I combine a bunch of different formatters to make the code look like how I want it to look. And pre-commit is the tool that kind of makes all of this possible. Like, I just have this little YAML file, and it knows how to do all the things for me, which is pretty cool. 300 IQ, yeah. Proxies and VPNs are usual for most of the companies I work for. Yeah. I mean, the bigger the company, the more likely you're going to end up with lockdown stuff like that. Fortunately for me, Lyft is very Linux friendly, so we have a ton of Linux users. We're like 100% supported by IT and security. They're on board. In fact, like someone on security uses a Chromebook to do development, which is like super non-standard, but it works well for them. I mean, come on, HTTP standard is just a polite suggestion. It's like the speed limit. Yeah, that's fair. It's fair. Yeah. The way we ended up fixing the app was kind of two ways. Like, one, we made it accept the broken HTTP request, which never would happen in reality, but we figured like we're gonna save some developers the same headache somewhere down the road. And then we fixed the actual bug. But hey, what's up, the Alvizes? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Sorry if I butchered your name. I tried. I promise I tried. Okay. Actual code writing in a laggy VM. You guys can't tell, but there's like 200 milliseconds between key presses and it actually changing. Cool channel, you spelled it right. Nice. I worked at a company developing a Zigbee product. I don't know what that is. I had a Zigbee gateway to test our product against, but it needed a port open to talk to the cloud. I couldn't convince IT to give you the port. Eventually my boss found a weird cell modem hotspot that had an Ethernet port on it, so I just plugged in. Nice. Who knew who was paying for that bill? Nice. Oh, sorry, actual code writing. No, it's okay. Keep asking questions. I context switch a lot, and it's completely okay. I think this is literally all that I need to do. Although license can not exist sometimes. And yes, I'm pressing the spacebar a bunch of times because I don't have my .files hooked up. This is my remote macOS machine that's in my living room. And so I can't even press the tab button, which is pretty painful. Oh goodness, what have I done? Oh, the lag is really messing with me. Holy shit, where are we? Oh. That's what I wanted. Oh, it's a tab. I would have used my own phone as a hotspot, but I did once work at a place where all devices were confiscated and there was a metal detector. Holy shit. I'm reminded of that Silicon Valley episode where the girl hits space instead of tab. I don't think I've seen that one, but it sounds like one that I could low-key agree with. so I think this will fix the bug. Sorry if you can hear the lawn people outside. This is the time that they usually come. None type is not callable. Indeed, it is not. Wait, license is returning none? Oh, it prints the license. Ugh. Annoying. How do I fix that? Oh, I can do some like crazy monkey patching and stuff. I thought it returned a string, but I was wrong. Zigbee was trying to use Bluetooth Low Energy before IoT was a catchphrase. I see. I used to think that was a joke because tabs versus space isn't about that, but now I realize in my world we live by different rules. Yeah. I've been messing around with it. I run homeassistant.io at home. I avoid anything that writes to the cloud because I don't trust these $20 devices. Yeah, that's fair. Like I have a Jewel in my kitchen, a sous vide device, and I granted it access to my network, but I block all outbound traffic just because I don't trust it. And I can still control it with my phone somehow. Wait, how does that work? Maybe it does have internet access now that I think about it. I don't know how that would work. I'm sorry, but why on earth are you writing code in Nano? There's so many better alternatives. Yeah, it's a long story. I really need to clip it and put it in the description below. But I do actually know how to use Vim. I'm just faster at Nano. But check if it's a callable. That doesn't help me because it prints. I need to basically like abuse the standard out, the thing that it writes. Just annoying. Yeah, license equals site built-ins dot printer. Oh, maybe the printer has an attribute? What the fuck is site built-in? Built-ins. This is such a weird way to print. Oh, I guess it's like a interactive printer. Okay, so this is not gonna work. I was mistaken. Yes, station to work. Oh, you're explaining my story. Nice. I'm glad you remember. But the truth is that he does it to tilt all of us. And flex, yeah. That's the real reason. I'm pro writing in Nano. Nano's the only editor you can live stream with where everyone in the chat will have the same opinion of the editor. Hey, I can piss off both the Emacs people and the Vim people. It's great. Nothing brings the tribe together more than a common enemy. Max lines equals 23. Yeah, this is not gonna work at all. Okay, abandon this idea. I'm gonna... Oh, lowercase GNU/nano triggers it. Oh, that's pretty funny. I didn't know about that. It needs to needs some case sensitivity. I mean, you can always fix it. It's on GitHub. If you wanna fork and fix the bot, there, that's where it's at. But half the reason I watch coding streams is to see if their editor setup is less broken than mine, so I feel validated. Yikes. I have actually contributed to Nano, which maybe makes it worse. Actually, that definitely makes it worse. But the one thing that I added to Nano, if I'm in the middle of a word here, you used to be able to do Control Space to jump by words, and then Control Shift Space to jump back by words, although I think Control Shift Space doesn't work anymore. But what I added is you can do Control and then the arrow keys to jump by words. So this was my contribution to Nano. I did a thing. What keyboard do you use? Sounds a tiny bit mushy. You need something that's better. Yes. I'm too embarrassed to show you my keyboard. My keyboard is shit. I'm using literally the cheapest keyboard that I can buy. I don't know. I like it. It works for me. I'm used to the layout. Can I send you a keyboard? Yeah, you can post links in chat. I don't limit chat at all. So yeah, feel free to post links. I do have one mechanical keyboard. It's my favorite stupid wait a minute, what? Sorry, I just found this thing that I had posted in 2012, which is apparently during my internship. This is when I worked at Yelp, so I don't know if I'm gonna get the 5 internet points here. Plus 5 internet points to anyone who can find the bug in this line of code I fixed today. Request.get.get RPP. So if RPP is not present, this should be none. This would be a type error in Python 3, but it was definitely Python 2 at the time. And the min of none, what is the min? Min of none and 500 should be, oh, that's Python 3, Python 2. Min of none and 500 is none. So then the int of none is a type error as well? Oh, int and min are swapped. Yes, that is true. So if RPP is present, you get like 50, and so this is always going to be 500 unless it's not present. Amazing. Yeah, so this int needs to be around this, and this needs to be comma something. But yeah, you're right. I've failed my own little puzzle. Oh man, what? I feel like something is listening to me because, let's see, can I show this without giving anything away? Sure. My Facebook ads are for fancy mechanical keyboards, so something knows. Facebook is listening. That's fucking creepy. Why is that a thing? Knows. Oh, weird. Apparently I graduated. Oh wait, no, that's an old photo. Where is my keyboard? I should really just have this in like a link in my description because I feel like I talk about this a lot. Yeah, here it is. View image. This is my mechanical keyboard. It is 2 keys. very much super mechanical. I don't remember what the switches are called. But it has some very clicky switches. But this is my macro keyboard for a very stupid human problem. because my really crappy keyboard of choice does not have macro keys, and at work, for whatever reason, I have to close the lid of my laptop so I can run 2 screens, because I don't know, graphics drivers are broken or something, I don't know, I haven't had time to debug it, but by closing the lid of my laptop, I no longer have macro keys, and I wanted play pause, so I could play and pause my music, so that's what this button does. But I put this kit together. This is like a $60 keyboard right here, which is pretty sad. But yeah, this is my mechanical keyboard. Oh, I forgot your modus operandi. I guess we're going for the opposite of a typable keyboard. Yeah. Oh, you mean buy you one? This is tilting. Oh. I mean, if you want to buy me a keyboard, I'm not gonna complain, I guess. I don't know how you would find where to get it to me. I guess you can probably find me some way or another. The function calls should have trailing commas. Which ones? Oh, is that the bug? Yeah. I just switched off Chrome this week. Yeah, the only reason I use Chrome for streaming is so that I can have kind of like a separate workspace where like nice like only programming things happen in Chrome and everything else happens in Firefox. And honestly, I do programming in Firefox as well, but I only use Chrome during streaming. I can't walk to your office since my back is broken, but I can just send it to the lift office. Yeah, that would work. That would reach me. That's ooh, this looks nice. Go away. And it has a home and an end key. Sold. I don't even use the numpad. Perfect. Yeah, this looks nice. You want to send me a keyboard? To the nano user. I've been trying to switch off of Chrome too, but I was too lazy to sign into Twitch there, so I'm still on Chrome on this computer. I know that feel. Sometimes I switch computers and it's like, you must log in to comment, and it's like, well, I guess I'm not using the internet today then. Yeah, okay, so since my plan for virtualenv didn't work out, we're gonna work on aux instead, and this is vim, guys, if you can believe it. I'm using vim right now. That's the arrow keys. Oh, I didn't know Control A repeats whatever you have on the line. No, it doesn't. It just pastes. What does Control A do in... Oh, it repeats what you did, maybe? What is Control A in Vim? Vim, Control A. Decrement or increment a number. What is this key press that I'm doing? C-A. No idea. C-A Vim. Increasing or decreasing numbers. I don't know what that does then. But what we're going to be doing is making envdir not delete directories. So let me show the problem first. So Tox is a environment management tool. It does kind of a couple of things. On one hand, it's a replacement for like makefiles and stuff, but it also sets up virtual environments for you, so you don't have to worry about that. But basically, you set up this ini configuration file, you specify a bunch of test environments and the commands to run in them, and then there's a bunch of other settings which like we won't deal with here. But one of the settings that you can set, so let's say that I'm working on this docs directory. One of the settings that you can set is envdir. So let's say we set envdir equal to tox, because you're like, oh, I'm making the tox, the docs for tox. Actually, this is source layout, so let's say we're making the docs in an environment called source. if I were to run tox-e docs now, actually docs works. We'll call it docs. Docs is a good environment name, right? So if I were to run the documentation build now by running tox-e docs, it would run some stuff and create the tox development environment, installs a bunch of dependencies, and pretty soon it should explode. We'll see it in a sec. Yeah, and so then it crashes with this application error, and you're like, wait a minute, why is it crashing? Like, it should have just built docs for me. But then if you run git status, you realize that it has deleted your source directory, and quite mysteriously. And so the plan for that is to make this not delete your source directory for you, which is pretty sketch. So basically the plan is going to be to detect whether the directory looks like a virtual env or not, and only when it's a virtual env will tox successfully delete it. Does tox also run unit test? I guess it sets up your environment so unit tests run as expected. Yeah, so usually the most common use case for tox is to run like pytest or any of your unit tests, and so the most common command here is like pytest. And so yes, it does run your unit tests. You can also use it to like build docs or install tools or whatever you need it to do. But it's kind of a general purpose Python command running and virtual env creating tool. Is it 185 Berry Street, Suite 5000? Yes, that is my office. That is indeed where I go to work. Wait, you're literally in the same zip code as my home. I might actually be able to walk. Oh, interesting. Are you over by... are you in those new, like, apartment complexes? I can only walk 2 blocks, but I can actually walk to your office. Okay. Neat. Well, I'll be at work tomorrow. So if you ping me some way, I could, Oh, you're in the clock tower lost. Nice. I think this is why I haven't figured out tox yet, because it just does everything. Yeah. So this is probably a bad example of a tox.ini, because this one is hilariously complicated. If you want to see one of mine, I think mine are way simpler. Like the one for add trailing comma. This one's probably pretty simple. Yeah, so this is probably about as simple as you can get. And I'll go over the basics. So the very basics are, if you have an environment that's named like this, so either pi with numbers after it, or pi, or pi with a number after it, Tox will take these and automatically create environments using that version number. So like the pi27 environment will run with Python 2.7. The pi3 environment will run with pi3. And any of these default like interpreter named ones will use a testdev just called testdev. And it'll install these dependencies and run these commands. My commands here are pretty basic. I'm using coverage to do code coverage here. So the first thing that I do is erase the coverage, so I blow away previous runs. Then I run pytest using coverage. So coverage run allows you to take a module, so I'm using -m pytest to use the pytest module. And then this is one little tricky thing from Tox. This is a substitution, so anytime you see a curly brace in Tox, that's a substitution. And what this substitution does is it will substitute the positional args if you pass them on the command line. Otherwise, it will use it'll use tests as the default. So by default, this runs pytest tests. Then I report the coverage, so I show like what's covered or not, and I cause it to fail if it's not 100%, because I like 100% test coverage. And then the last thing is just run as a side effect. So it installs the pre-commit hooks if you didn't install them already. I'm mostly abusing this as a common entry point so that other people will run the pre-commit hooks without me telling them, oh, you should run pre-commit install. Like I can just tell them, oh, just run the tests with Tox, and then it'll set up the hooks for them. Oh yeah, this one over here is the tox.ini for Tox itself. That's why it's so crazy. Oh, I work on a Sunday? No, I meant Monday. I thought today was Sunday. Today is Saturday. You're right. Yeah, I don't work on Sunday. And then you can also specify other environments in Tox, so you can make a separate testm. So this is the pre-commit testm, and this does some stuff to avoid this installation up here by doing skip install equals true, and only installing pre-commit. and it only has a single command that runs here. So it's just running precommit run -- all files -- show diff on failure. So that's like the basics of talks. There are also other tools that will read talks as a configuration file. So autopep8, for instance, will read this section out of talks.ini. Talks doesn't care about this though. It just kind of happens. But yeah, I don't work on Sundays, so it would have to be Monday. Hopefully that clarifies things, Phil. I just cloned add trailing comma, so I'm literally looking at that talks.ini. Nice. It clearly doesn't work in all the cases. I'm not sure what you're saying, but or which thing you're referencing, but yeah, there are lots of things that don't work in all cases, or don't work in most cases. Cool. Yeah, so we're gonna try and make it so that Talks doesn't do this deleting stuff. Oh, the pre-commit install for all users, yeah. Yeah, because you've committed a bunch of times without running the pre-commit hooks, and I think that's hilarious every single time. Especially when you contributed to pre-commit without running the pre-commit hooks. That was just choice. But that happens a lot. In fact, like, I think the most recent PR... It happened once. Okay, fine. You learned your lesson, right? But I think the most recent PR that someone contributed, they didn't run the hooks, so we're gonna go into that again. Although, unfortunately, because Azure Pipelines is broken, I can't be like, look at the job output because it's also broken. Oh, what a mess. Okay, yeah, but the first thing that I want to do here is start by writing a test for this. And I think there's one already. Envdir equals... Just envdir equals talks ini errors out. Yes. Test envdir would delete some directory. And black is going to convert my single quotes to double quotes later. I'm going to write my single quotes and just deal with it. Haha, but you can't rewrite this single quote, black. What are you going to do now? What other files do we need here? We need a talks.ini. Envdir equals proj, and this should be the thing that it errors. And we'll just make it do no commands because that's fine. We'll give it a special name, sure. Is there a talks command to go install all of the versions of Python I don't have installed, or is that my problem to solve? Yeah, that's your problem to solve. Talks doesn't manage installations of Pythons. It just will delegate from those. You can also, so if you don't have all of them installed, you can use talks skip missing interpreters, and that'll just skip over the ones you don't have. I happen to have all of them installed, but here we go, Tyler. I think I follow you on Twitter, so your name looks familiar. Is Nano your editor of choice over Vim or an IDE? And the sad answer is yes. Wait, what happened here? Oh, I Control-C, and so we got a great stack trace. Undefined. Interesting. But yeah, I do use Nano like a noob. It's a long story, but And I need to link it in the description, but yes, I do use Nano. It's amazing to me how much people care about editors. I don't get it. I mean, I get it. There are 2 people at Lyft that use Nano, including one who has blogged about it. Rachel by the Bay, Nano. Yeah. So, Rachel by the Bay, who is a prominent tech blogger, uses Nano. No, I have some configuration. I have a little bit of configuration. And we saw that earlier when it was broken on my other machine because I don't have any configuration there. So most of my settings are I do search in a case sensitive manner. I don't wrap lines, which I find really annoying. I have was it soft tabs? It's tabs to spaces. I have spaces instead of tab characters. And there are 4 space indents. I use searching with regexes. I've disabled the help at the bottom. This is partially so that chat has a harder time realizing that it's Nano, although I realized they could just look up here instead. I turned off Nano's swap files because it was just horribly broken. And I unbound J because Control J just is like fuck up your code, and like I never used what it actually is. It's like justify or something, which is supposed to like make all the comments line up, but if you accidentally hit it while trying to hit like any other character combination, it just would like completely reduce all your indentation and like really mess stuff up. And then I have a couple of syntax highlights that I did as well. Alright, order placed. I think it'll take a week. Let me know when you want me to give to you how to contact. Yeah, you can just, the easiest way to contact me is on, do you have Twitter? I guess I could just type it in and see if it's you. Although I won't know whether it's you or not. So maybe that's not the best way. Oh, that's you? Okay, cool. You can message me there and we can coordinate over that. Probably the easiest way. TS equals 4. Everyone knows that TS equals 1 is the correct setting. Yeah. I'm thoroughly impressed. I have to command Q my terminal whenever Nano is accidentally opened. I mean, it's at the bottom. There's a where's the no RC mode? Is it dash no RC? Okay, we can just do this. Like Nano tells you right down here how to quit. You have no excuse. But no, I feel you. Nano's pretty shitty. I did learn how to quit Emacs recently, so I'm pretty proud of that. I do know how to use Vim. I'm just not as fast in it, so I've been sticking to it. But you'll be happy to learn that I've been teaching my brother to program, and I have not let him use Nano, so he is going to be a Vim user. So he'll soon be better at Vim than I am, which is good. Okay, so this should crash, but today it will succeed for the wrong reason. Result.assert fail. I just don't know how people can use terminal editors without the stuff like selecting with Control Shift and the arrow keys. That works in Nano. See? See, it works. It's a thing. I don't use it, but it's a thing. I don't actually know how I can... Oh. Oh, man. I just kind of cell phoned myself. So in modern versions of the mock library in Python, if you call assert with something that's like complete bogus, it'll raise an attribute error, but if you call X with like just any arbitrary attribute, it won't error, it'll happily hand you a mock. And they put a special case in for assert so that if you try to do an assertion message, it would fail. But they also put in a special case for asret to also attribute error. And for the longest time, I was like, come on, no one would fucking type asret. That's silly. No one would ever do that. They'd have to be a complete idiot to type asret. But it turns out I'm the idiot. Today I am the idiot. But oh well. Solid cell phone there. At this point, Vim is a hobby and such. Yeah. And there's good Vim emulation and a bunch of editors. Yeah, that's true. It's fun and makes me feel like I'm playing StarCraft. Wait, there are editors that don't run in a terminal? Yeah. I do have VS Code installed as well, which is the other one where it's like, look guys, I can use VS Code. I know how to do the programmings. But I only open it just to show people that I installed it. There was one stream that I did entirely in VS Code because chat was so adamant about me not using Nano. So I was like, alright, I'll use another shitty text editor. Okay, so, okay, so we also want to assert that this file doesn't get deleted. But I don't remember how to do that. So we will run the test and figure that out. Test unit test z command line -k delete. Right, this uses PyTest plugins and inserts a bunch of arguments. Use those plugins as well. I'm intrigued by IntelliCode. The prospect of something fixing my typos on the fly, like asset, is appealing. Yeah, there's some really cool stuff that's happening there. Hey, thank you, Extra MX, for the follow. Every follow counts. What was the product? Let me see. Check my other email. There was this product at PyCon, which what was it? It was basically like AI-driven code completion. I think I just Googled it. AI-driven code completion Python. Kite. That was the product. It actually seemed pretty cool. Unfortunately, so their original implementation of Kite, they copied all of your code to the cloud, which was like super no. But their latest autocomplete runs completely on your laptop, and it seemed pretty good. Like it was auto fixing code for me, and I was pretty happy with it. But I was using VS Code, and I don't usually use that. My guess is it'll be bad before it's good. I'm not jumping on that bandwagon yet. Yeah, I mean, it was good for all of the like basic cases that I was trying, but it also like did some incorrect things. And I'm like, the level of frustration to happiness is maybe not, that trade-off's maybe not there yet. Unfortunately, IntelliCode does not have a Nano extension yet. Yeah, Nano doesn't even have extensions. Although I think they're building it on the latest master branch, because I was seeing some stuff about extensions. The thing I probably hate about Vim the most is probably that you have to switch modes. Yeah. That's the best thing about Vim. If you're doing it right, you aren't writing text. You're mostly running functions and operators. Yeah, that's true. Does this function not work the way that I expected it to? I would have thought it would have made directories for me. Oh, I didn't want to run that again. So how do I make directories? You would think I would know how to work on a project that I'm a maintainer for, but you would be wrong. If not source root. Oh, does it make this for you? Create a factory function for creating example projects. Constructed file folder hierarchy example. Okay, so you end up with a source root directory. With source root given as dot, you get this setup. Okay. This is the inner function. What does this function return? Does it return the directory? Because that would be helpful. Return base. Okay. I guess I can just poke around in this project directory and see what's up here. Oh, I'm way behind on chat. Alright, this has been fun. Thanks for watching you has motivated me to be less of a potato and go do something with myself. Cheers. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Philip. Happy to chat, and hopefully I'll see you around. Absolute no for me. Hey, what's up, the Gel Mega? How's your Saturday going? I'm working on this project. Oh, that's okay. We can make breakpoint a thing. Alright, so we have projder. What do we end up? We end up with a directory called example and an init.py. Okay. So we'll change this to example and assert projder.join example/init.py.exists. And that'll be our test. Hey, what's up? Vapor Dark MDH, thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh, well, it's Sunday already, so your Saturday is not going, it went. Nice. Well then, how's your very early morning Sunday going? Okay, so we should have our failing test now. Congratulations! It returned 0, so it's doing the wrong thing right now. So now we need to find the right place in talks that does this this environment checking stuff. Are you developing the talks chat? No, not talks the chat. Talks the Python automation project. I realize they both have the same name. Unfortunately. But, yeah. I wonder which one came first. Wonder when this was created. Oh, this is their website. Which came first? Frist. Tox chat or Tox Python? Oh, there's an entire protocol called Tox? "2013 is when Tox chat was existed. Or first existed. Get log reverse. And this is in 2010, so technically this came first, I guess. Russia has 11 time zones. Holy shit. Is it night though, or early? Oh, those are two different people. You guys are the same color on my chat. I got a little confused. But alright, so let me just demonstrate. Let me not run all those tests. We'll just run our one test that we care about. And then I have to do some splunking in the code base to figure out where to put this logic in. So I think most of the virtual environment creation goes through here. Ensure empty dir. I think this is where I want to check stuff. If I had to guess. Where did this get used? Tempter. Oh, that's probably going to be the same problem. But this one we can't do. Oh. Annoying. Okay, so I think this is the function that I have to worry about. It is 11:37 in GMT plus 12. I see. As a simple Belgian, I'm only used to one time zone because of the small country. Nice. Yeah. I've lived in 2 time zones, I think? Yeah, only 2 time zones. So I'm in California right now. Current time, California. Where it's solid 4:40 p.m., 1600 p.m. 1600 in general. And I also lived in Michigan, which is -5? I don't know, but it's 8 o'clock there. Do you have a... Don't delete the log folder as it's used by... If the directory exists and it doesn't look like a virtualenv, produce an error. If vm.path.exists and a bunch of different conditions. We'll see. Alright, let's get down to business. So why are you using nano? It's because I'm a noob. Oh, debated. Yeah, you got debated. The bot got you. I use nano because I'm efficient at it, and it works well enough for me. And it means that chat talks to me because they all hate nano. It's perfect. Let's see, so there's a bunch of different cases. Let me enumerate those. So if it doesn't exist, that's okay. If it does exist and it's empty, that's also okay. If it does exist and it just has a log directory. If it does exist and it's parallel and it just has a logger, that's also okay. If it does exist and it's Windows, we can just check for what do we want to check for? So we should expect to see bin and lib on POSIX. On Windows, do I have a virtual env sitting around somewhere? Do I have a virtual env? I do. On Windows, we have scripts and lib and tickle for some reason. If it does exist in its Windows and scripts and lib exist, then that's okay. If it does exist and its POSIX and bin and lib exist, then that's okay. Otherwise, hey, what's up, coding? Oh, you don't even have a C. I've been misreading this the whole time. What's up, Soding? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I promise I know how to read and words and talk and. Okay, so I think these are all the cases I need to handle. I think. Russia is 17 million kilometers squared and Belgium is only 30,000 kilometers squared. So Russia is 558 times the size. Wow, that's pretty big. Micro editor looks nice, but doesn't have a lot of plugins. I have looked at micro before. Seems cool, but it would be something for me to learn. But yeah, I have looked at this editor before. I'm just gonna keep using VS Code. It's worth it, yeah. BSODing. Oh. Is that how you read your name? Or is that TSOD? Is that how you want me to read your name? Is this another editor? No, it's a joke. Oh, okay. Is this another terminal editor? Yeah, there's so many of them. Modal editor. Faster as in less keystrokes. Should be fewer keystrokes. Where do I fix their docs? Where do I find them on GitHub? Oh, they are on GitHub. Perfect. Am I this pedantic? Do I want to fix all of their shit that says less? Let's see how many in their code base there are. I don't know HTTPS. That is correct. No HTTPS. BSOD is blue screen of death. Yeah, I know that. I've actually debugged a number of blue screens in my time. Oh, it's not even in this, unless it's no. Okay, where is their website then? Shrugs. Anyway, I can't fix their website then. I wanted to, but oh well. Issue tracker. It should be fewer keystrokes. Alright, I'm done being grammatically pedantic. I just searched all GitHub for less. How many pull requests should I make? So it's subtle. Less should be used if it's not countable. So it's like, there was less rain outside today. So like 1.1 inches of rain versus 2 or centimeters or whatever unit you want to use. Hey, what's up, Tyler Wins? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I follow you on Twitter also, so it's only fair that you follow me on Twitch. I'm kidding. Or do I follow you on Twitter? Man, that would be bad if I was trying to call you out and I'm just completely wrong. If I don't follow you, I'll click. Oh yeah, I'm following. All right, good. Good, it's good, it's good. Oh, you know the difference. Okay, yeah, I don't have to explain for you. Last time I checked, less keystrokes is correct. Keystrokes are countable. You can't have half of a keystroke. I'm pretty sure it should be fewer, but whatever. I'm not gonna try and fix the grammar. Okay, so we have all of these cases. So, so we want to say if not any of these cases. If not, not vm.path.exists, or vm.path. Let's see. Okay, so doesn't exist. Okay. Does exist, but it's empty. Okay. If vm.path. Oh, we know it exists after this. So if vm.path.lister, if not, then that's okay. If it exists and parallel and just the log exists, then that's okay. Or vm.path.lister. I guess I should probably, instead of calling lister a bunch of times, I should probably keep track of that once and then not do it after that. Although tox is slow enough, so whatever. Is equal to just log, or it exists and, oh wait, this should be within parallel, and I spelled that wrong. Please continue, I'm interested. English is my second language. Oh, okay, fine. So fewer should only be used for things that you can count, like I have fewer apples, or I have fewer what's something else that's countable? Fewer lines of code. But you should use less for uncountable or non-differentiable things. I think that's right. Fewer versus less. Let's see. We're gonna usage rules. Fewer and less will set off alarms instead of blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, you got me. I'm triggered. You got me. It's not that simple. Yes. Sign up! Cool, that's not what I wanted. Where's the... Yeah, whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's supposed to be for countability or not. Money is uncountable. Yeah, well, you could talk about fewer cents, but you can't talk about, like... You could talk about, like, less currency amounts, I guess. The first GitHub result for less is the source companion for a book titled 500 lines or less. So I think that might ruin my whole weekend. Should I submit a pull request changing it to 500 lines or fewer? Yeah, if only you could pull request textbooks, that'd be pretty great. What I found in a dictionary, fewer is a smaller number of persons or things, and less is constituting a more limited quantity or amount of reduced size. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave that one. Okay. It exists and we're on Windows and with lib and scripts. Okay. Or do we have platform detection and talks already? And 32. Is when. Constants.info.isWin. Info.isWin and set devenv.path.lister overlaps with or wait. I want to say that it contains all of the elements is a strict superset of lib and scripts. Or it is not Linux, or not Windows, non-Windows, should not use shorthand here, with lib and bin, that is okay. Hey, what's up? Your boy Jay. Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh boy. We've gotten into Buffalo. Less code is correct, but fewer lines of code is also correct, because lines are countable, but code is not. Yes, that's how I would say it. Fewer is used when the objects can be easily quantified. That's how I learned it. Yeah, that works too. Buffalo, it's a noun, it's a city, it's a verb. Your buffalo's pleased. My brain still can't parse the buffalo thing. Feels bad, man. You're working on Tox, but it's not the Tox that I know. You only know the chat protocol. Yeah, that's fair. This Tox is the Python environment testing manager thinger. Howdy, brand new IT student trying to learn how to Python. Nice. I don't know how much Python you'll learn from my stream, because a lot of it is me just like answering questions and struggling through writing some stuff, but I don't know. I know a lot of Python, so if you have questions, pipe up. I'm happy to answer. Set devenv.path.lister is greater than lib and bin. Why do you use nano? Are you a noob? At this point, yes. Yes, I am a noob. You got me. I don't know how I've gotten so far in programming while still being a noob. Maybe one day I will grow out of noobiness and learn a real editor, but until that day, I'm gonna continue being fast at nano. Oops, I pressed caps lock. We'll figure out the better way to raise the exception that I want here in a bit. But, in theory, this should fail my test now. The opposite of fewer is more, and the opposite of less is more, but also something less is more, so sometimes the opposite of fewer is less. Maybe a real language too. Yeah, Python's pretty shitty. I have too many questions. Class hasn't made much sense as far as the code goes. Well, I don't know, if you can boil it down to something, feel free to post it on a paste bin. I'm happy to try and answer. Okay, let's see if this properly fails the test now. And then we'll just work on the wait, if Tox crashes, it says that it's successful? That's amazing. I mean, it failed, but... Wait, really? If Tox itself crashes, it says that that's a success? It's not right. Shut up. But you're W504. Leave me alone. I'll just let Black rewrite this for me. Although I know Black has a bug, so fine. This ugly binary thing. Grumble, grumble. This is one of the reasons I don't like Black, by the way. It makes these not line up Like my condition is like jagged here. I really don't like. I could make them all line up by saying false or, and now they all line up, and I can just ignore this top one. But that seems dumb too. But I don't know, I'm not gonna. Well, I mean, I am gonna judge, but at the same time, like, why is this crash? Still don't. I feel like a crash should be a non-zero exit code. Oh, I know why. So it's raising an assertion. The assertion error here is actually 1, I think. Yeah, okay, so it did return 1, but Tox's failure is actually a return code of 2, I think? And so that's why it's failing to fail. Or it's failing, but not failing to fail. Something like that. Start with CIMO. That'd be pretty aggressive. I would if that was an option. Instructor has me working off of a VM with JES. I don't know what JES is. JES. Programming? Jython oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Jython is so bad. Oh, you poor soul. Why are they using Jython? Why? They're doing you a disservice by teaching you in Jython. Jython is basically dead. In fact, we just dropped support for Jython in PyTest. No, we're not supporting that trash. I have zero experience with any programming, so it all sounds horrible. Yeah. Jython is... Oh, man. I'm so sorry. It has the cons of both Java and Python. Yeah, you're spot on, Essential. It's so bad. Basically, Jython is Python with all of the like backend swapped out for the JVM and like object interop, and it used to target Python 2.5. It finally targets Python 2.7, but it's still like it's so janky, and like things that work in normal Python often don't work in Jython. They're often just like completely broken, which is just like super great. How does the entry point to Tox work? We will find out. It starts at Tox command line. And command line comes from session. Wait, why do we have all these things in double? Oh, I see, they're up here. Okay. And then we go to the main function. Is it defined here? Oh, okay, cool, it is. Tox.exception.bad requirement. What is that? A requirement defined in the config require cannot be parsed. Oh, so I guess we need to make a new exception here. Hardly refusing to delete. Sure. An error that's raised when after collides with something that does not look like a virtual env. Let's see. Are you the main developer of Tox, by the way? No. I'm in the main free developers, but I do not contribute most of the recent code. So most of the recent code is contributed by Gabber, this guy, but these three people are the primary developers. HPK hasn't worked much in Python since like mid 2016, but we're the three primary developers, and as you can see, I'm greatly dwarfed by the other two. I don't actually work too much on talks. I mean, I have like consistent contributions since mid 2017. This is when I got added to the project, was here, which is weird because like I did a ton of work in like late 2016, and then I did one tiny thing in 2017, and then got added to the project, and then I did a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, Gabber's been doing a ton recently. He's very involved with the project. Hey, what's up, James Zed Ma Peppa? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Not so much me anymore for quite a while though. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, Oliver's in the chat. He also works on talks. I mean, just not in 2019. You did a bunch in 2018. GitHub stats are terribly broken in my opinion. Yeah, they're not great. I mean, they're a good like high level look at it, but I like the name for that exception. Okay, good. As long as you like it. Yeah. I had a lot of other shit going on. Yeah, that's fair. That's understandable. What was that? Def main. This seems not the way that we usually do errors. Is there like some other error function somewhere? Reporter.error. Maybe that's what I want? Is there anyone that actually likes Java? I kind of like Java. I'd like C# way more. But given the choice of like Java and like, I don't know, nothing, I like, I don't know. If Java was a little bit less verbose as like a general principle, like I think Java wouldn't be not so bad. And if they like deleted the equals equals operator, or allowed some amount of operator overloading, I think I'd be much happier with Java. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I think I'm supposed to reporter.error and then raise an exception that way. But let's see if I can access the reporter from this object. Kotlin seems interesting. Yeah, I've written enough Kotlin that I'd like it. I have an Android app that I wrote in 2012, originally in Java, but I've recently ported most of it to Kotlin. I didn't port the part that I didn't like. I plan to rewrite the part that I don't like, and so I didn't port that to Java. Mostly because it was like, this is before I kind of had good ideas on how to write code, and so I guess you kind of have to see the app to what is that called? Android Studio. You kind of have to see the app to understand what it is, but this entire directory is Java because I'm very unhappy with it. Takes a while to boot up, but only choosing Java when it's your only choice. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Come on, start up. This used to take way longer. It'd be like an hour to boot the emulator. Back when I originally wrote Java. Alright, are you gonna refresh the app or are you gonna leave it? Anyway, so there's these cages in my app, and they have different shapes and dimensions and sizes. And instead of like, oh, there it goes. Restart the app. Instead of like doing the same thing and designing like a single cage class that had a set of like coordinates to represent the shape. I did the not so smart thing and instead have a class for each cage type has its own class and its own like manually written rendering code. So like this is the 1x1 cage and I draw 4 lines for it. This is the 3 square bent cage, which looks like this, and so I draw these lines for it. Oh, this one I got clever. There were 2 different orientations of this. Oh, 4 orientations for this. So I added orientation apparently to this one, but it didn't quite click that I could have just like factored all of this out and had just a single class for all this. But I don't know. I have all this like manual drawing code, and somehow like I'm pretty sure none of it has any bugs, despite there being like almost 1,000 lines of me manually drawing this code here. At least I didn't like take it one step further. Like some of my even earlier code, I wrote code to generate the code, and it should have clicked that like, oh, if I'm writing code to generate code, I could have just written that code to begin with. But anyway, this is not the best. But play a quick game of this. 4, 5, 2, 3, 1. First, this is kind of hard. This is 1, 2. This has to be 4, 5. This has to be 4, 5. Oh, I guess this has to be 3, 4, 5. And that's 3. And then it should solve itself mostly. 3, 4, 5. Anyway, this is my Andrew Knapp game that I played, or that I wrote and spent a lot of time playing. I'm not happy with the Java part because I plan to rewrite it. But anyway, let's see. Given the choice of Java and any other language besides PHP, I would choose the other language. Yeah, that's fair. I would probably choose Java over PHP. I would definitely choose Java over PHP. They improve a lot on what Java gets wrong. Yeah, like all the like getters and stuff is pretty nice. Oh, that's not what I want to do. I want to Control V, but I did Control something else. But yeah, like nulls being controlled by the type system, invariants and arrays. Operators is a big one for equals and like that sort of stuff. But the one thing that Kotlin doesn't have is trailing commas. And a bunch of people really want this feature, but they haven't implemented it yet. But I can grumble about trailing commas. I have no idea what just happened. Oh, the game that I played? Oh. So it's a game called Ken. Wikipedia. And the idea behind Ken is you can't have the same number in the same row or column. And inside the Ken, it's kind of like Sudoku, but inside the Ken board, there's like a number and a math symbol, and they're split up into cages. So inside this cage, it has to add up to 11. And since this is a 1, 2, 3, this is a 6 by 6. So this has to be 5 plus 6 in one order or the other. And using that and a bunch of process of elimination, you can kind of solve the rest of the board. Yeah, so like this one has to have a 5 and 3 numbers that multiply to 48, for instance. And in a 6 by 6 board, that would have to be, I guess you could have 2, 3, and 4. Actually, I think that's the only combination. 2, 3, and 4. Oh, I guess you could have 1, 4, and 6. But anyway, there's several combinations that can produce each of these squares, and then you essentially math it out. One thing that drives most of it, I guess this is too small, you guys can't even see this. This is like 30 times, so this has to be 5 and a 6. whenever you see two numbers that are side by side and only have two options, that means the rest of the column can't be 5 and 6. That means the 5 in here has to be in one of these two squares. And basically, you'll logic your way out to get to the end of that. 4 numbers equals 240 is basic. Yeah, the 4 squares are always the hardest. My implementation doesn't have any 4 squares just because I think they're not fun. They're not as I don't really. I think they're not fun, so I take them out. Oh, they've solved it down here. Okay, so I could have just like explained it by cheating, but anyway, I built my own implementation because the website only has one puzzle and they only cycle it like once a month or whatever, and I wanted basically an infinite number of puzzles, so I built a generator and a game for it. PHP has gotten much better over the years, you'd be surprised. Oh yeah, last time I worked in PHP was PHP 3, which was before they had classes and all the nicer things. Back when everything, literally everything was a string. You would box in and out of strings to do all of your stuff. That was some high-grade Sudoku, yeah, basically. They combined Sudoku and some basic math, yeah. Yep. But I love this game. A friend actually showed this to me in my discrete math course in college, and I'm so glad that she did, because I've spent so much time playing this stupid game. But it's good. I like it. How do I get back to the session object? I was just guessing attributes, but it doesn't seem to be there. I don't think we have access to the session here, which is unfortunate. Shoot. Does this have the report option? No. Action dot. How is this supposed to work? And nanometer, yeah. You didn't get hit by the bot there. Good call. How am I supposed to do this? I forget. Oh shoot, I closed chat. That was not what I wanted. Alright, chat's back now. Oh no. Control W in Nano is find, and it's close window and everything else. So I very often accidentally do things. GNU's not Unix/Nano, yeah. Yeah. GNU plus Linux? Or wait, no, what is it? I forget. There's a meme. So how am I supposed to error properly here? devenv.status and then raids? Oh, now you're using special characters? GNU is basically recursion without an exit condition. Oh, I see. It's like PHP. A recursive acronym. But I think I do actually need to raise an exception here, which is fine, I guess? I don't know. The other maintainer will fix it for you. Wait. devenv.after. Yeah, it doesn't support backslashes. It's pretty janky. It's almost 2 in the morning in Germany, so heading off to bed. Thanks for picking that up. With Emfter on the way, I think this is a really good safety measure. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Oliver. I'll see you around. Hopefully you'll review this at some point. But yeah, thanks for agreeing with the idea. So I'll see you around. Devenv, yeah, Devenv. Sorry, my crappy name. I wish there was a way to grab the original text of this, because this is not the best. But figure it out. Have a good one. Filter.config maybe? No. Oh, but that's how I can get back to the session probably. Maybe? No? No. Nano/GNU. Yeah. What is this? I think we lose the information. That's fine. Alright. Oh, they're depending on import side effects. So we'll fix that. Unless this is circular. Watch it be circular. Is it circular? Oh, that's annoying. Alright, not gonna clean that up. Someone else's problem. Talks.exception dot what was it? Cowardly refusing to delete or so it starts searching from the back. Oh, interesting. That seems not consistent with what I would expect. Because it's just a regex with ors. I think it's whichever one matches first? No. Windows. Oh, it just looks for a word boundary, maybe? Maybe it doesn't consider that a word boundary? What if you're talking about actual windows that are in buildings? I'd like to see a building with GNU/Windows in it. Yeah, that'd be pretty special. But yeah, these are the 3 words that it trips up on. Cowardly refusing to delete environment directory. There should be like an error. Show help. Wait. I don't know the correct way to error here, so this will have to get fixed during review. Which is unfortunate, but... I mean, it is my problem, but hopefully the other maintainers will guide me the right way. Something like that. I want to try Anarchy Linux. What is Anarchy Linux? Installed Manjaro on a VM. Let's see how it works. Anarchy Linux. Where's... Can you explain why it's called Anarchy Linux? Explain for me about... Okay, Anarchy Linux is a distribution aimed at bringing the Linux revolution to the world. Future of desktop computing provide you a platform to install a custom Arch-based operating system just the way you like it. So it's just like Arch, but with pre-built stuff, maybe? Anarchy Linux is based on Arch Linux, but not supported. I'm having a hard time parsing that. Not sure what that means. But... this reminds me of a vid on TSODing's Friday's Astral Linux. Oh, are you a streamer, TSODing? I didn't even know. Yes, you're a streamer with lots of followers. Well, hello then. You now have one more. Am I a streamer? I didn't know either. Oh, well now I feel bad. How did you start contributing to Python? Probably the first contributions that I made were due to finding bugs in software that I was using, and so I was just like, well, this is affecting my day-to-day, I might as well just like try and fix it. I think most of my first contributions were just bug reports where I tried to be more as descriptive as possible and like hope that someone else fixed my problems. But then I realized after a while that like I know enough Python that I can just kind of like fix it myself, and that's kind of how I got started contributing. As for like maintaining projects, it mostly ended up like it started as me just like doing these small bug fixes here and there, and then as I did more and more and like started getting involved in like issue triage and code review and fixing other people's bugs and stuff like that, like people other maintainers recognized that I was making a positive impact and were like, here, have the commit bit and like welcome to the project. And that's kind of how I got started, or got involved with talks and PyTest. Some of the other stuff that I've picked up in open source has been like the other maintainer stopped maintaining it and I just said, hey, I have some expertise, so I'd be happy to bring this forward and make it continue to be a thing. And then that's how I started maintaining those projects. So things like Flake8, the other maintainer was super burned out on open source and that sort of stuff. And I was like, hey, I like using Flake8. It hasn't been updated in a year. I'd be happy to take over. And I've been running this project since then. Dead Snakes was another project that ended up like that. The other maintainer was like, yeah, I don't really use Python anymore, so I don't have a reason to maintain it. And I was like, well, if you teach me the basics, I'll pick it up and make it happen. But Felix was really helpful in teaching me all the stuff that I needed to know in order to make this continue being a thing. But that's kind of how I got started into open source. A lot of it was like reading bug reports or making bug reports or that sort of thing. Website, please read this notice. Anthony, screw this, go away. Yeah, it's pretty true. But yeah, that's how I got started contributing to Python stuff. As for contributing to actual Python itself, I haven't done too many of those. But most of them have been like either little problems that I've run into or like things that, well, most of them have bugs that I've hit and then gone on to fix. So it was like the first thing that I did. This is really my first PR? I did stuff before it was on GitHub, but it's not listed here. This is my first GitHub PR to CPython, which is adding required as a option for add subparsers, which has a bunch of history, and I'm still salty about this PR, but whatever. And then a bunch that didn't get merged. This one This is hilarious. It's like, I made this patch and like pinged people about it for forever. About fixing this weird bug on Alpine that was affecting pre-commit. And nobody reviewed my patch for forever. And then it turns out that someone else implemented exactly my same patch. Like, exactly the same patch. And mine sat rotting for almost an entire year. But, I don't know. I'm glad it got fixed, but at the same time, it was like, you could have taken my code over a year ago. This was an interesting bug that I hit. This was one that I reported and then fixed. System error is the error that gets thrown in CPython when something goes really, really wrong at the C layer. Theirs got merged, yeah. They were a core dev, so like they merged their own patch, which is great. But yeah, whatever. But anyway, I fixed a bunch of other stuff. Some of them have just been like documentation. This one was affecting me in Docker. I was like, I'm gonna fix it. In fact, this was affecting me at Lyft, and so I just fixed it. But I don't know. Most of my CPython contributions have been like, I hit a bug, I'm gonna try and fix the bug, and not much beyond that. When Python 4 comes out, they'll merge your Python 2 PR. Yeah. I think, did I finally get my last PR to Python 2 merged? Yeah, I got my other PR, my last Python 2 PR merged. Do I know C? Yes, I do. I had to write a lot of C++ in college and picked up C along with that. Dang, I never encountered a bug while working with the language. Well, I can show you some of my favorite bugs that have been fixed in various ways. This is one that I used to run into a lot. So I do a lot of stuff with the AST parser. So say we have this sample file which has this triple-quoted string in the middle. And we activate our virtual env. I installed a tool called AST Pretty, which is a tool that I wrote that helps you visualize the AST in a better way. It basically just pretty prints the AST objects. But one thing that you'll notice here is most AST AST objects, sure, provide their line number and column offset information. So like this name that we're assigning to, this X here, is at position 0 on line 1. And you would think that this triple-quoted string, oh, come on, music, keep playing. This triple-quoted string would be at position 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess? On line 1. You would think that, but you would be wrong, because the AST actually tells you that it's at line 3 at column offset -1. It's like, what? But I've hit this a bunch of times, and I actually fixed it in Python 3.8. VM 3.8. So this will finally be correct. -p Python 3.8. So this will finally no longer be a bug. So now it properly reports that it's line number 1 and column offset 4. And in fact, the end line number and end column offset are correct as well. That got fixed. But yeah, I run into like micro bugs in Python all the time. Also, from because I created pre-commit. Pre-commit does a lot of crazy stuff sometimes and supports a lot of different platforms. So it runs on macOS, Linux, and Windows, and it integrates with a bunch of different tools. On one hand, it integrates with a bunch of different programming languages. So I learned a bunch of edge cases in like all of these different programming languages. But I also learn a bunch of edge cases dealing with, well, the dependencies aren't set up that high anymore, right? Dealing with things like virtual env on different platforms, or like backports, or dealing with metadata, or like a bunch of other stuff. And so like from creating pre-commit and maintaining it and like dealing with all of the platform differences, I often run into very, very interesting and weird things that are super broken or work, but usually super broken. So that's how I get exposed to a lot of different bugs. Hey, what's up, Shouty? How's your Saturday going? I'm hoping that DLC comes out so that we can play some Borderlands tomorrow. I don't think it's out on Steam yet. Where's Steam? Just chilling, I hope it does, yeah. I'm not gonna click that button. Oh, I've individually bought all the DLC because I'm an idiot. Find more DLC. Let's see if they've added it yet. No, they have not. They have not added the new DLC, but there's supposed to be DLC tomorrow, apparently. But crossing fingers so that I can. Oh, cross fingers, everybody! I think I figured out my assignment. Nice. Fingers are crossed for you, buddy. What was I doing? Oh, it was handling this error message. Figure out what to print. Oh, we don't have F strings here. That's right. Cowardly refusing to delete env. So in theory I should be able to do talks, devenv, docs, and it should error. After it says that it's successful. It's not quite what we want. How do we make that not... There's like some status here, vm.status. vm.status equals... Maybe vm.status equals error. Print. Maybe this is where we can print. Let's see what that does if we do that. Not using F strings, by the way. Yeah, I'm sad that we have to support Python 2, but it happens. Hey, what's up, Noctis Maystatum? Oh, I butchered that one. Sorry, bud. But thank you for following. Every follow counts. Healed already. I forgot to close somewhere. Oh no. You should use the with statement. That's what it's for. How do I do this properly? In theory, I could look at where status is referenced in the source directory. Those are all the places where it gets assigned. So let's just look at what the platform mismatch one does. Reporter. Where does reporter come from? Command failed, but result from test done is ignored. Is reporter a module? That would make this way easier. Oh, it is a module. Oh. Okay. Okay. That makes it easy. I don't know why I was making this more complicated than it needs to be. Reporter.error. Cowardly refusing to delete after. Got it. Okay, I think that's what I want. Oh no, just discovered an annoying bug. My compiler IR stage understands what int is, but not what constant. Oh, nice. Lesson learned, I don't need anything in front of quotes to close it. I thought I was missing a whole command line to close it. Oh, yeah. You don't need anything else there? Maybe I just want system exit there? I don't know. What is this one here? What happens if I do that? What does the output look like? Oh, I think that's what I want. That works, then I don't need my new exception. And then I think we're good. Cowardly refusing to delete infter. Sweet. Cool. I think that does what I want. Well, I should make sure my test passes. And I should add some more output to my test, I guess. My links aren't working on the web page. Are you producing a web page? As part of your Jython project? Oh, you poor soul. So unfortunate. Thought I was at the stage where I couldn't access data. I would need to solve it, but then saw my file's name. It's the last stage I have access to that info, so I'm relieved now. Nice. Perfect. Result.outline. Result.out. Here's the like test for the output. Hey, what's up, Cardass1? Or Cardace1? I started reading it like a name and then I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. Hey, what's up, Cardace1? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Have you been drinking water? No, I need to get a drink. I'll be right back. Good point. Thank you. Yeah, it's also like super hot in San Mateo today, so water is a absolute must. But thank you for the reminder, Mindful Fox. I made 2 web pages. Now I have to use JS to add 2 links to the main page. I made that link to my Jython code, and that forwards you to your blog page. Oh, but when you click the links, nothing is happening. Are you forgetting, like, your href equals? Hey Anthony, I see you always use a single line breakpoint to trigger the debugger. Did you write a function and import it always? So breakpoint is a new feature in Python 3.7. And it is a built-in function. So any Python 3.7 interpreter, if you breakpoint, it'll drop into the debugger for you. But you might notice that I'm not actually running Python 3.7. I'm running Python 3.6, and I'm using a tricky package that I wrote called Future Breakpoints. Future Breakpoints to backport the breakpoint built-in function. I'll show you how that works in a second. Thank you, thackin5 or thackin5 for the follow. Every follow counts. So this future breakpoint package adds the breakpoint as a built-in, and the way it works is pretty fun. It provides a little C module. This is basically the same C code that CPython uses. In fact, like, here's where I copied it from, and I modified it so that it works in Python 2 as well, and in PyPy, because PyPy didn't have this macro for whatever reason. And so this function supplies a single function called breakpoint, and the breakpoint looks up this breakpoint hook on the sys module and calls it. And by default, the breakpoint hook is implemented below. It's implemented as lookup this environment variable and otherwise use pdp.setTrace, and it imports and runs that breakpoint, but in C instead of Python. And this future breakpoint has this little tricky thing called a PTH file. And a PTH file is super hacky, but works exceptionally well. Lib, Python 3.6, site packages. So inside site packages, there's a couple of PTH files, but the one... Where's my PTH? Oh, this is... my PTH file is this AAAAA future breakpoint.pth. And on interpreter startup, if this line starts with an import, it will eval, or it'll eval the rest of this line. And so I've stuck a string of code in here that gets exec on interpreter startup, and this monkey patches the sys module to have the breakpoint hook, and it also monkey patches the built-ins module to have built-in stop breakpoint. And so that's how that works. It's a little bit sketchy, but it's super convenient. But yeah, hopefully that explains how that works. And it is a new feature in Python 3.7, so it's not supposed to exist in 3.6, so that part's weird, but it is a new feature, so it's pretty good. I wrote it like my teacher explains in his YouTube video. Ahref equals... oh... I think... Look here for the script of this page. I think what you want is... file : / and then what you have there, maybe? Usually a link to your C drive isn't going to work so well. Last week it was 30°C here, now it's 20°C and incredibly windy. Belgian weather is weird. Yeah, that's quite the swing. I think it's like got up to like 25 or 28°C today in San Mateo. But inside my house it's like 22 or 23, which is a little bit uncomfortable for me. That's fine. Thanks, that's a lot of work. Yeah, I mean, it's a hack. It gets the job done. I wrote it in a day or so, and it saves me so much time, because otherwise I would have to type out import pdb.settrace, which I've gotten good at typing out because I used to type this all the time, but now I can just break point instead. And unless I forget and type debugger, because sometimes I'm in JavaScript land and the brainwaves cross and I type the wrong thing. Hey, what's up, MD Legend 00? How's your Saturday/Sunday going? We have the type of weather that says "fuck this tiny place in particular" quite often. Nice. What was I doing? These use re.match, but I could have sworn there was like some function. Maybe that was in PyTest. I'm probably remembering from PyTest. So replace C with file : // you know what? Let me just try it. That's not how that works. Git bash. We'll make a tiny web page. So I'll make a T directory on my desktop. Oh, you guys can't see it. Whatever. I will make some HTML, doctype HTML, HTML. Oh goodness, what did I do? Oh no, they don't have the same keyboard shortcuts here. Oh, what have I done? We'll just exit and re-enter. It's all good. C users Anthony desktop T source.txt. Click here. Theory that should work. Oh, we'll try that. So we have these two files which are the same, and if we open a we open up file browser, we should be able to click on this. That opens it in Firefox. Then if I click here, it works. So I think that's what you want, maybe? Hopefully that works. So maybe this will be helpful. I'll just paste bin this for you. I don't know that it's super helpful, but maybe if you you can model yours off of that. What the fuck, my mind is actually blown. Sorry. Clean that up so we don't do that later. I have a bunch of these open. Also, be good. Catch up on chat. Let's see. Mindful Fox. Remember when Anthony debugged with import pdb, pdb.settrace? Ah, good times. Yeah, you're like super OG Mindful Fox, way back in the day before I had my future breakpoint. It's pouring rain, you take a step to the side and you're in the sun and it's extremely hot. Not that weird here. Yeah, that happens. Ruined. You don't use vanilla nano. Yeah. Well, the one on Windows I don't customize at all, so that's a problem. Why would you use Nano? It is the next stage programming in Word. Well, I used to use Notepad, so like it could have been way worse. What the fuck? My mind is actually blown. It's your first time here? First time period. I was born yesterday. Fluffy.cc might actually be a good alternative to Ghostbin, which will sadly go away. Yeah, my friend actually wrote Fluffy. I'm not gonna go through his whole spiel, but if you want to check out his GitHub, he has a good reason for why he created it and why it won't go away and stuff. But Chris is awesome. I used to work with him at Yelp, and I miss working with him. But it happens. Result.out. This is not the test that I just wrote. Assert re.match .star cowardly refusing to delete emptor. See if that test passes, and if it does, then I think I'm done with this feature. It does not pass. Of course not. Why would it pass? Going on here. None. Why did we not match? Those snaps, is that Chris the intern? That is Chris the intern, who became full-time. He's my favorite intern of all time. But yes, that is Chris. Seems something went wrong. Oh. Yeah, where's the CSS? This is what it looks like for me. Is it if you load it on HTTP? No, it redirects. I don't know what's up with that. Kinda weird. Yeah, I don't know why the CSS is gone. Huh. So why didn't my regex work? Cowardly refusing to delete emptor. Paste this in, will it match? Do I not know how to use regexes? Like, what is going on here? That's a syntax error. Is this RE match versus search? No. What's going on here? Okay, this is the wrong order. Or is that matches? Cowardly refusing to delete emptor. That matches. What if I switch to match? Oh, that's what it is. So if I just do search, then this should pass. We should be all good. Nice. I forgot to check out a branch at the beginning, so I have to hope this patch applies on master. What do I want to call this? Emptor safety. Of course not. But we're back. Back now. Beautiful. Yeah. But look, it's a progressive web app. It works fine even when there's no CSS. Hardly refuse to delete a VM if delete a directory isn't a VM. Of course, black's gonna rewrite my code. iSort's gonna redo my imports. Oh, and I ballsed this up. What else did black do? Oh, double quotes, yeah. Do your thing, black. This is fine. When did you start using black? This is not my choice. This is because the Talks project uses black. I'm lowly developer number 3, so I don't have any choice here. But it's fine. I'm happy that they're using black, and then I don't have to think about style. But yeah, it's fine. PyTest also uses black, so I get my taste of rage. No, I do actually like and appreciate black as a concept, and I'm glad that it's so popular, because it's genuinely a good thing. What is black, not the color? Okay, so black is a code formatter that is extremely opinionated and formats your code in a very, very specific way and has very few options. And it was written by Lukash, who is a core dev, and it's a very, very popular project. It also drives a lot of people to pre-commit, which is pretty cool. It's kind of cool. But it's very opinionated, and it has a very specific set of how it wants code to look, and doesn't really have much leeway around that. And which is a good thing. It means that people can't argue about it. But I don't particularly like the way that black formats some things, and so I don't tend to use it myself. I'm gonna make it easy for my languages formatting by having a standard style guide. That's good. Oh, I need to change log for this. I need to change log for this. Let me create it first so I get a number. And then I'll fill it. 1340.feature.rst. Refuse to delete after if it doesn't look like a virtual env. By user asutili. Spell my name right? Yeah, we're good. Cool. Checklist. First, descriptive pull request text. No, I didn't, but I'm gonna check that anyway. I added a test. I didn't update any documentation. Issue keywords. No, I didn't make an issue for this. Add a news fragment. Yep. Why did you just shrink my box? I was happy with the size that it was. Add yourself to contributors. I have been there before. Cool. I think that that about wraps it up. I guess I should review my own code, make sure it looks alright. Import info. Oh, we gotta refresh. Yeah. Use to delete envter if it doesn't look like a virtual env. IME. Cool. Info. All of these different cases, which hopefully CI will show me what's up. Error message. Cool. And test. Pretty simple. Do you recommend using PyEnv with talks, or just install a bunch of Python versions yourself through hard work and self-confidence? It depends on what platform you're on. If you're on Mac OS, PyEnv is probably your best bet. The John Mega says, well, gotta go now, 3 a.m. here. I have family coming by today. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry I took away some of your sleep. But happy to chat with you, and I'll see you around. On macOS, I would suggest probably PyEnv. There aren't any... macOS is kind of a shit show, so... It's kind of a mess to get Python working there. But if you're on Linux, you can usually find a package manager version of Python that you can use there. So for instance, on Ubuntu, I provide a PPA called Dead Snakes, which is where I install all of my Pythons from. So I get Python 3 and Python 2 from Ubuntu itself, but then I get additional Pythons like Python 3.8 and Python 3.7 and such from Dead Snakes. And so if you're on Ubuntu, this is a good choice. I'm a little biased, but it's a good choice. But PyEnv will mostly work, I guess. I don't know. I don't like PyEnv because it's too easy to break, but it's alright. What's on the new Apple monitor stand? I've only heard memes about it. It's like $1,000 monitor stand, which is just like mind-blowing. $999 Pro stand. Jesus Christ. Why? Why? Oh. So my monitor that I'm in front of right now, I spent $1,200 on the entire monitor in high school because I spent all my money and then I was poor. But this is like a 30-inch monitor, 2560 by 1600, like very good monitor, but a monitor stand almost costs as much as this screen, which is just like hurts my head that like people would, well, like Apple would think this is okay and that people aren't gonna make fun of that. Oh, and the cheese grater, yeah, the cheese grater's back. Apple cheese grater, because the old ones looked like a cheese grater too, but the new ones look way more like a cheese grater. Yeah, like this one looks way more like a cheese grater than the old cheese grater. Starting at $6,000. I actually can't think of a computer like my current computer is pretty top end. But like, yeah, I guess I can show you specs so I can brag a little bit. I have like 64 gigs of RAM. I have like a top end 4 i7. I have a bajillion disks, which whenever this one spins up, it makes a lot of noise. Or wait, no, this one of these two. I have one spinning media, and like pretty top end stuff. But I only spent like $2,300 on my. Well, I say only, like that's still a pretty expensive computer, but like $6,000 on a computer. I don't know, man. Innovation has gone too far. You can get 1.5 terabytes of RAM apparently. Yeah, I did hear that. That seems pretty cool, but I doubt, like, their baseline model I doubt is going to be much more powerful than like a normal computer. Did you just pop open Task Manager in Ubuntu casually like it's no big deal? No, yeah, I'm in VirtualBox. Yeah, this is Windows out here. That would be pretty amazing if I just like, oh yeah, and yeah, here's the Windows Task Manager. That would be pretty dope. But no, yeah. But yeah, 1.5 terabytes of RAM actually seems pretty cool. I don't know what I would do with it because I barely know what to do with 64 gigs of RAM. Oh yeah, after my breakpoint patch, I just ported Task Manager to Ubuntu. Yeah, yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. I mean, I wouldn't put it past me. Future breakpoint isn't even my greatest hack. Let me show you my greatest hack. You thought backporting breakpoint was cool, but what if I backport an entire syntax? So I built a thing called future f strings, which does exactly that, and makes it so you can run f strings in Python 2. And just to show you that it's not smoke and mirrors, I will demonstrate it. Virtualenv Python 2, so no tricks here. Python version, Python 2. And if we pip install future f strings, install some stuff. And then if we put this special comment at the top of our file, we can now use f strings. Thing. And just to show you again that there's no tricks, it's Python version 2.7, and if we run this file, we realize that I made a typo. Future f strings, and it works. So pretty sneaky. The way this works is this encoding has a side effect of transforming the source, and so when the interpreter starts up, it registers this encoding. Then it sees this file, loads the bytes from disk, and then uses this encoding to turn those bytes into new bytes. And it does a source transformation. So this source here that's f strings gets turned into a format call, which parenthesizes the f string placeholder. I basically implemented a pure Python port of the C code that parses this in Python 3.6 and above. To do this code transformation, but I'm pretty proud and terrified of this. This originally came up as like a joke in a PyTest thread where we were arguing about different string formatting strategies, and someone was like, "Yeah, I wish we could use f strings in Python 2," and I was like, "You know, I bet I could make that happen. Well, let's see if I can make that happen." And then like 48 hours later, this thing existed. I basically like dropped everything that I was doing and then like gave up a lot of sleep just because I was so excited on making this happen. And it works. Hold by Python 2.7, yeah. What are these comment? What are the comment calls? Oh, so this is a special comment called the encoding cookie, which is PEP 238. PEP 238. Nope. Encoding cookie pet Python 263. That's not the one that I wanted. This is the one that I want. So 263 says how this encoding comment works. That's how that thing works. Let's see. The main board to load on the Mac Pro is about 1,500 or something like that. I think the base version even has that plus 8 PCIe slots. Oh, I see. So they're trying to aim at like the Bitcoin miner people. Which, like, that's fair, I guess. But yeah, this is a bastardization of the encoding system to do source transformation. I'm over this assignment, gonna write my paper instead. Bummer. Well, hopefully you end up figuring it out. How do you know all of this stuff? I'm a beginner, but now I feel like I just know the syntax. Some of this is just like I found something that I didn't understand, and then I like dug into it more and more, and eventually found the like terrible things underneath, and then learned how to twist those terrible things into good things. Well, I guess good things is relative. But most of it's just been like, what the fuck was that? And then digging into exactly why something happened. I think the first time I saw this trick, oh, what was it? I think it was a thing called no colon. Yeah. This is the first time that I saw this trick, where somebody had made a thing called no colon, and you can write Python without needing colons on lines. And it mostly works. But you need to do, like, they didn't go as far as I did by auto-registering the encoding. They have, like, you need to put this in your Python file to make it work. But I took it one step further and made the encoding auto-register. But I saw this and I was like, how the fuck does this work? But they have an encoding here that implements the encoding API, which I have all of these same classes too, and this is how you implement a codec in Python. And their encoding basically does a regex or something. For line in lines, if the line exists and the line is indented and the indent is greater than the previous indent, then it puts a colon on it or something like that. Hey, what's up, generic username bro? Thank you for the follow, bro. Every follow counts, bro. Nice username, bro. Generic username, bro. That's pretty good. I like it. But yeah, I basically like looked at how this thing worked and I was like, huh, that's clever. I wonder how else I can abuse this. And then like tucked that away in my brain and like didn't think about it for a long time. Because I think I saw this in like 2014, 2015, something like that. A long time ago. And I only recently wrote the feature f strings thing in like, where was it at? In 2017, so like 3 years later I thought about the same idea. Oh, I guess this was created in 2014, so that would lower bound when I learned about this thing. But no shortcut to learning, yeah. Just like be curious, try and figure out how things work, and at least with Python it's pretty nice because most of the code is both open source and in plain text on your computer, and so you can often just like read the code to figure out how it works. Or if it's C code, you can usually like grep around in the CPython codebase, which is also open source. Although I find sometimes that the CPython codebase is pretty hard to follow. I need to do the same thing, or I want to do the same thing. So one thing that I've noticed about Python is there's a lot of code which checks. I'll just give you an example. Virtual uncloned, right? No. No. I'll reclone it. github.com/pypa/virtualenv. Hey, what's up, admin office? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. There's a problem that a lot of things are going to have soon. Sys.version. So things that reference sys.version are going to break when Python 3.10 comes out, because so sys.version is a string. Sys.version. So if they're so right now they're accessing the first 3 characters here, like sys.version:3, which will be 3.6. But when sys.version is equal to 3.10.0, sys.version:3 will think that we've gone back in time and are now looking at Python 3.1. And so my plan is to build an executable that has that fake version number and then see all the shit that's broken, fix it. But anyway, that was a tangent. Let's see. Always be curious and explore things, or just leave it alone. You can be a Python expert without knowing the magic behind the syntax. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if removing the colon messes with the context-free grammar of Python. Probably. There are some cases where the colon is necessary to bound things. Although I think Guido has been like, we don't really care about the context-free nature. It's more that it's more readable or some shit. I don't remember. But opening it and looking at the guts can help make my understanding fall into place, so it can be good too. Yeah. Python is a thumbs up, Jython is meh. Python is the worst, or Jython is the worst. Why didn't they slice until the second period? Well, they shouldn't have used sys.version at all, because there's sys.version info, which has this as a nice like tuple that you can grab the major binary version out of. But I'll fix this. But first I need to like show that it's broken first. Like a good chunk of the Python ecosystem makes the same mistake, and so we'll need to fix that someday. But until then, like, I welcome the future of Python 3.1 again. We'll be back to like 2008. When was Python 3.1? Python 3.1 release date. Space year. 2009. Okay, I was off by a year or two, but way long ago. Taking the Microsoft approach, I like it. Yeah. We'll just skip Windows 9 because people are gonna have problems. But I don't know, if they go to Python 4, a different set of things break because, for instance, like the venerable library 6 will be broken in Python 4 due to a derpy thing. They define pi3 as equals 3. So in Python 4, code that does something like if 6.pi3 Python 3 code else. So if they did like if 6.pi3 run the Python 3 version here, else run the Python 2 version here, this will suddenly be running in Python 4. So a whole different class of things are going to be broken if Python 4 happens. So like, damned if you do Python 3.10 and damned if you do Python 4. So it's gonna be an interesting year or so. And hopefully the hope that I have is that maybe I can fix some of these things before it becomes a big problem. But this one hasn't been fixed, and like, no, they've been like, no, we're not gonna fix this. Python 3.7 forever, yeah, or 3.8 forever. Well, 3.8's coming out soon, so it won't be Python 3.7 forever. But I don't think they're gonna switch from the 3.x line because people are too scared. But 3.8 is coming soon. And I've actually, like, most of my contributions that I've done to CPython have happened in Python 3.8. Kinda cool. But, let's see. I hope so. I did only a tad scroll over which programs were used the most and thought I was sitting okay, but C++ was one of the best. C++ is tricky, yeah. That is a good point. It is extremely useful. Also, I think, like, if you learn C++, you learn a lot of really good fundamentals. Which can be applied to basically any other programming languages. And like, when I used to teach Intro to Programming at University of Michigan, we taught C++. And I eventually switched to a hybrid of C++ and Python, and who knows what they're doing now, but it was good because students that learned C++ could apply that knowledge to a bunch of different programming languages and basically know how to program in like C or Python or Java just based on the strong fundamentals they learned in C++. Python is just obsolete. Yeah, can't agree more. It's almost a sin that they're teaching you in Python. Intro to CS, C++. Why do you hate your students? Yeah. So at Michigan, and it might have changed now, but at Michigan, all of the programming that they did in all of the classes was C++, and so. So, C++ or bust, as we used to say. But let's see, did CI run on this yet? Fixlint failed? What? Oh, right. This is the SQLite thing. It gets me again. Microsoft broke their CI system for Python 3.7, Python 2.7, and Python 3.5. And this is the crash that we. That's why that's broken. It's unfortunate. It'll happen. But yeah, I think that's most of what I plan to do to. Oh, any thoughts on Git 2.22? I saw it got released, but I didn't see what features it had in it. Rebase merges interactively. Yeah, I know how Rebase works. Oh, so you can now rebase while keeping merges around? That's kind of cool. It has a new option, rebase merges, since 2.18. Wait, rebase merges was deprecated in favor of rebase merges. What? How am I supposed to read the sentence in any other way than replacing something with the exact same thing? What's different? Alright, I'm gonna pretend that I understand that. Create branches from merge basic. Oh, this is useful. Because I've used this command and then -b before. Oh, okay. Huh, so you can now do this with the triple L. That's kind of a cool feature. I like that. When you run out of new features to add, yeah, pretty much. I'm in CST 111, Intro to Computer Science and IT, and I hate it. I love computers, but I've hated this class since the beginning. Well, if you're forced to do Jython, I would hate it too. I'm just, like, I can't apologize enough for how bad I am that you have to use Jython. Oh, okay, those are the two features, and then a bunch of small things. Seems cool. I don't think that I'm gonna remember to use either of the features. Also, like, I don't have a need for transplanting merges. Of course, I say that, and, like, I'm gonna find some need for it at some point, but I haven't needed it yet. Oh, maybe I could use that for my packaging workflow. But realistically, I won't be able to use these features for another, what is it, 6 months, 8 months, until the next Ubuntu LTS comes out. Because I don't really like to backport stuff if I don't have to. But anyway, I've accomplished the two things that I wanted to do today, and it's been almost 5.5 hours, so I'm probably going to wind down the stream here. Let me do my normal spiel. If you missed any part of the stream, you can catch the previous streams or this stream up on youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. And that's the same URL as my Twitch handle. So Anthony Writes Code on Twitch, Anthony Writes Code on YouTube. If you want to get notified of streams, I usually announce them the day of on my Discord, which is in the description below, or you can use #Discord while my chat bot is up, and there's a link there. Have you only been going for 5 sessions? No, I have lots and lots of videos here. And unfortunately I didn't record all the stuff that I did before January 30th of this year, but I've been streaming since about September, October of last year. But yeah, I post my videos up here of the full recordings. I also have some other Python content here that's either interesting or wattful that I recorded a while ago. I plan to make more videos, but it's like 18 hours of prep for like a 10-minute video, so it's a ton of work. Yeah, join the Discord. I chat about programming stuff. You guys can always ask me questions there when I'm not streaming. And sometimes I talk about the stuff that I'm working on, or just like point out silly things or memes or whatever. But it's a pretty cool community. We have a bunch of people there that hang out and talk about code and stuff. I also announce my streams on Twitter and also other programming-y stuff on Twitter. Unfortunately, I don't have the brand synergy here that I usually do, and so my Twitter is Code with Anthony instead of Anthony Writes Code. But I also usually announce my streams there as well, and other programming stuff. But that's that. The last little bit is my stream schedule. I usually stream on Saturdays at 1 p.m. Pacific, which is this stream today. And I also stream some weekdays at 6 p.m., which is usually after work for me. But I think that's all I've got. So thank you all for stopping by.